Yeah, we normally do. We normally. Any objections waiting 5 minutes as per usual?
No, go ahead.
Yep, not yet. Let me sign it right now. So, this is the. Begin in 5 minutes or so.
Good evening. We're going to start in about 5 minutes, so if you want to start finding an empty seat, we will get started in just a few minutes. Thank you.
All right, good evening, everybody. If I could have silence, please. Good evening and welcome to the City of Boynton Beach City Commission meeting. Today is Tuesday, September 3rd, 2024, and the time is now 6:04 p.m. This meeting is officially called to order. Before we begin, I want to remind everybody of our rules of civility and decorum. Speakers must first be addressed by the chair and not interrupt any other speakers. Public comments must be addressed to the board as a whole and not to any particular individual on the dais or in the audience. Public disruptions, stamping of feet, yelling and screaming are all strictly prohibited. Insults, personal attacks, hate speech are all likewise strictly prohibited. Should you violate these rules, you may be asked to leave these chambers and not readmitted to this meeting. So please govern yourselves accordingly. So we're going to begin today first with our roll call, followed by our invocation by Pastor Dwayne Roberts from Calvary Chapel. Is Pastor Dwayne here? All right, I don't see Pastor Dwayne. Oh.
He's not feeling well, so Commissioner Hay will be doing it.
Absolutely. All right, Commissioner Hay, you'll lead us in our invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Commissioner Cruz. Let's all stand for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. We thank you, Lord, for another day. Heavenly Father, we come this afternoon with hearts full of gratitude for your many blessings. We thank you, Lord, for Boynton Beach's 82,000 plus citizens, for the city's leadership, the staff, and citizens who work together to make this a place of unity, progress, and care. Especially this afternoon, we want to say congratulations to our champion the East Boynton Beach Little League. We are especially grateful for the Labor Day celebration that have brought us together in fellowship and reflection on the dignity of work and the contributions of all who labor in this city. And as we transition into the fall season, we ask for your continued guidance and wisdom for our city commission, city council members, and all who serve in public office. May they lead with integrity, compassion, and a vision for the common good. Bless the work of the hands as those who make decisions that affect the lives of all who call Boynton Beach home. We also pray for the citizens of this city that they may find peace, prosperity, and purpose in the season ahead. Let this time of change bring new opportunities for growth, both personally and collectively, as we strive to build a community that reflects our love and justice. For it's in your holy and majestic name, Jesus the Christ, we do pray and ask it all. Let every heart say amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everybody. City Clerk, if you could please begin the roll call.
Mayor Pensurga,
Here.
Vice Mayor Kelly,
Here.
Commissioner Cruz,
Here.
Commissioner Hay,
Here.
Commissioner Turkin.
Present.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you so much, everybody. We're going to move on to agenda approval, additions, deletions, and corrections. My only request for this evening is, we've discussed this during the workshop, was to move section 3, announcements, community and special events and presentations. We have lots of special guests this evening. We have some all-stars in the room. I want to make sure that they are given their time first. And if there's no objection to that? No. All right, so we'll move up section 3 to right before 2. And let's begin with Commissioner Turkin, if you have any other requests for
That
additions.
was all I had, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner, any requests from you?
Not for me.
All right, Vice Mayor?
Mayor, the only issue with that change is 2A as our informational items, and usually that is right after agenda approval. So I didn't know if we needed to do that before we go into all the announcements, or if we can just do that after that. 2A is our informational items, our disclosures and
We
informational
can
items.
have our
That's
informational
fine,
items.
after
yeah.
the announcements, okay,
No, we can have it right before. That shouldn't take too long.
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're gonna have informational items followed by the presentations, and then we'll go on to the other items.
With regard
Counsel, yes.
to disclosures, those should go right before the individual items. So informational items,
Right.
yes, but disclosures are at the time of the item at public hearing.
Right,
All right, understood and agreed. I think that was the intention, right?
Yes.
Vice Mayor? All right,
Thank
thank you. Let's move on. Commissioner Cruz, any other requests?
No, for me.
All right, thank you so much. With that, may I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Turkin. We have a second from Commissioner Hay. All those in favor of the motion to amend the agenda as stated, say aye. Aye. Anyone oppose? Motion passes unanimously. The agenda is amended. All right. With that, let's begin with informational items. I'll go on my right this time. Commissioner Cruz, do you have any informational items to share with the board or the public?
The only disclosure I was going to make is that I spoke with the fire chief, a member of the fire union, as well as residents before this meeting. That's all I have. Thank you.
Oh, okay. I think, yes, that's regarding item J, 6J. All right. All right, thank you so much. Vice Mayor?
no, I don't have any, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Hay?
Yes, I did attend the Black Entrepreneurs that was held at our Culture Center. It was well attended. I didn't spend all the money because I didn't have it like the mayor does, so I just kept it in my pocket. But it was well attended. They had an overflow of businesses in there, and I was very pleased to see that. Also, this morning, had the opportunity to, everybody won't agree, but that's okay, go to Kamala Harris' rally at Benvenuto, and that was well attended by many of the representatives and senators. So that was also well attended. That's it for me.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Turkin.
I also attended the Black Business Pop-Up event. I just want to give a shout out to our events team and Sheila for putting that on. It was very well attended. I did spend a little bit of money on some quiche cakes, carrot, delicious, and you know, it was a great turnout. A lot more improvement from the inaugural one last year, and you know, happy to support. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mayor, I'm
Yes,
sorry,
Vice Mayor,
before
go
you
ahead.
start. I wanted to, just to thank our economic development, team. I was able to, kind of kick off our small business summit that was on Friday morning. It was full, it was a packed house, and our economic development team is really, they're really, you know, going full steam ahead with supporting our small businesses with different grant programs, and so I just wanted to, just to say thank you to them and recognize their hard work in really promoting our small businesses and making sure they succeed, so.
All right. I just want to echo the sentiments that all of you have shared. We've had some wonderful people working on these wonderful events, so thank you to all of our staff, Sheila and others, and Danny, and so on and so forth. It's been great. I'm hearing positive things from the community about our events, so let's keep that going. All right, so thank you to everybody. We're going to keep going forward, so that's with our disclosure. So we're going to move on to Section 3A. The City Commission is recognizing the East Boynton Beach Little League 11 and under team for winning the 2024 Florida State Championship title. These talented players beat Keystone Little League 11 and under All-Stars 8-2 for the win. For all of their hard work, talent, and determination, they make the city proud. Congratulations to the player, Cash Brown, Dylan Fraga, Mason Gonzalez, Silas Handy, I hope I'm saying your name right, Silas Handy, Braden Janisco, Elijah Marchioni, Brent Mole, Anthony Robilio, Gio Stefano, Hutton Vidulich, Jackson Vols, and Caden Wong, as well as Coach Charlie, Coach Brent, Coach Eric, and Manager Mario. Can we all stand and give them a round of applause? I'd like to ask any of the leadership officers for each Boynton Beach Little League to come up and say a few words about the team and what they've done and their accomplishments. And afterwards, we'd love to get a group photo with all of you. All right? Any of the podium, either one. Yeah.
Is this thing on? First off, thank you for having us. Really appreciate it to finally get these kids, you know, the formal congratulations that they deserve. They've worked really hard. You got a group of kids who've been together for the better part of 3 or 4 years since they were 8 years old. We went from not winning any games in the district to at 9 years old, and then winning the district championship at 10, and then taking another step forward at 11 and winning the districts, the sectionals, and the states. So, you know, now we prepare ourselves for 12U. So we just saw Lake Mary win the Little League World Series, and, you know, that's ultimately our goal next year, is to work this year and get better as we did in the past. So the one thing that they're learning through baseball, and the one thing that East Boynton has really brought to these kids and these families, is that we just spent an entire summer traveling. All these people here spent an entire summer traveling, and none of them have a negative thing to say about it. It was extremely enjoyable. You know, all these kids, 99% of their friends, 99% of my friends as well, have been formed through the East Boynton Beach Little League. And it's been one of the best, you know, experiences that I've been through one of the proudest moments I've had has been watching them grow, watching them learn how to face perseverance, how to face failure in the face, and learn how to adjust. Baseball is more than just a sport, and I think that's the best thing that's happening here, is you see kids that went from, losing and dealing with it and understanding that hard work pays off. So after 2 years, we win the state championship. Now they know it's not over and I got to work harder. Life lessons come through baseball, and I think the coaches, every one of these coaches that have coached with me on this all-star team, and I know the other all-star teams as well, we try to bring more to these kids than just the game of baseball. We want them to learn life lessons. We want them to learn that anything worth it is earned. It's not just given to you. And like I said, it's given them a place to go every day. It's given them a place to be comfortable. They get to go, because there's not a whole lot of places to go around here. It's very busy streets, the neighborhoods are different. So the opportunity they get is to be able to go to East Boynton Beach Little League every night and then on weekends, and whether they're practicing or they're watching their friends or they're hanging out with their friends, it's a very important part of their childhood. It creates so many memories that they're going to remember for the rest of their lives. And at the same time, it keeps them out of trouble. It keeps them from behind the video games. And it's something that, we're going to continue as an association to push. And every year, I believe that as kids see what we've done this year, they want to be more of a part of it. We've already had more kids coming up to me saying, "Hey, Coach, I'm going to play next year. I want to be on the all-star team." So, the experience goes beyond just winning. It goes to them learning, us learning, enjoying ourselves, and I'm ready to do it again. So just like every celebration, we want to go somewhere that we love. Where are we going, Cash? Bud's Chicken. we're going to Bud's Chicken. For the record, my name is Mario Marchione.
Well, thank you so much. I think I speak for everybody. We would love to get a picture with all of you. If you could all come up to the middle, all members of our executive team and our city commission, if we could all step down with them. Adam, you know what? Might as well.
Guys.
Thank you.
Are you all right? Yes. Hi, nice meeting you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Congratulations, good job, Coach.
All right, before we continue, I just want to open the floor. If any of my colleagues would like to say a few words, you're more than welcome to while we have them in the audience.
Next year when we do this, World Series.
All right, well, thank you so much, everybody. If there's nothing else, we're going to keep going. The next item on our agenda, perfect. The next item on our agenda is the State of Education Report by District 4 School Board Member Erica Whitfield. Good evening, Ms. Whitfield. District 4 School Board Member Eric Whitfield will give a presentation on the state of education. All right.
Thank you so much, Mayor and City Commission, for having me again today. My name is Erica Whitfield. I have been on your school board now for 10 years, and this was a wonderful night to come. I want to join Little League after that. It was so fun to see. So huge congratulations to the team. I want to talk to you a little bit about education in the city of Boynton Beach.
Ms. Whitfield?
Yeah.
Could I just ask you to pause for just a brief few seconds?
I will, yes, I am not in a rush.
And in the meantime, I've been informed that the new principal of Poinciana Elementary is in the audience. I'm not sure where she is, but I heard she's here. If you would like to introduce yourself after Ms. Whitfield, we would love that so the community can get to know you. All right.
So awesome, because I'm about to mention her in my
Oh,
presentation.
okay, perfect. All right, Ms. Whitfield, please begin.
Okay, so we're talking a little bit about our Boynton Beach schools today. We've actually had quite a bit of turnover at the principal level, so I'm going to mention all of those to you. Talk a little bit about the school grades, and then I will talk to you about an action item that you all can take here that I would love to see you tackle. And we'll talk a little bit about the referendum coming up in November. So once again, thank you for having me here today. You guys have always been so amazing to allow me to come and speak about your schools. I know we have the same mission to really make sure that this community is a stellar place for education, not just in Palm Beach County, but the state, and that I know drives people for wanting to live here. So it's very important to all of us. So your schools that I'll be talking about today are Boynton Beach High, Citrus Cove, Congress Middle, Cross Point Elementary, Forest Park Elementary, Freedom Shores Elementary School, Galaxy Elementary School, Poinciana Elementary School, and Rolling Green Elementary School. You guys have a large portfolio of schools within your district, so this is really important. And you have been so amazing in supporting those schools, and I want to ask that you continue to do that. This past year, we were so happy because the school district is now an A-rated school district again. We weren't for a year, and it was very tragic for all of us, and we did not enjoy it. The reason why it went down is the state made becoming an A district a higher profile, harder to get. So they raised the scores that you needed to be an A district, and also we had a new test last year, and so we were able to finally, we're in our second year of that test, we were able to get our grades back, and now we are back to being an A district. And so Mr. Burke came outside and was very excited to tell everyone to put the sign back up, so if you drive by Forest Hill, it says that we are an A district again, and that is something that we are very proud of. There are only 2 A-rated urban districts in the state of Florida, and we're one of them, and I believe it really goes to speak to the commitment that the community has to our schools, and that they want their children to go there. And that's been something that we don't necessarily see in every district throughout the state. So I'm very, very proud that that is the situation for our system. So as far as your school grades, sometimes I talk a little bit too much about the details. I'm going to be a little bit less tonight so I can talk about other things. But 3 of your schools did go up in grades this past year as well. Citrus Cove Elementary School went from a B to an A. We're very, very proud of them. Awesome. Freedom Shores Elementary went from a C to a B, and Rolling Green went from a D to a C, which is a huge, huge step. So we're very, very proud of that. The rest of the schools maintained their grades. One did go down, unfortunately, Congress Middle School, but that's where I bring the good news. So we have brought in a bunch of new principals into the Boynton Beach family, and I want to just let you know who those people are. So we have Boynton Beach High School had a somewhat recent change with Dr. Moody Fuller taking over. Dr. Lockhart, who had been there for many years and doing an amazing job, is now Dr. Fuller's boss, so he got promoted. So we're very proud of him, and he's doing an amazing job. He is overseeing a portfolio of schools. At Congress Middle, we finally had to say goodbye to Miss Denise O'Connor, who has been there forever, and she's been just a light in our community. And we have welcomed Dr. Bernadette Standish, who comes to us from Hagen Road. She is one of those people who I just know you all are going to love if you haven't had a chance to meet her yet. She is one of those people that just really cares about each individual child, and I think that that is going to just do so much for Congress Middle School and really respecting each child where they are and helping them to grow and understand themselves. So I'm very excited to have her there. Citrus Cove, it isn't even published yet. It's actually pending board approval tomorrow. I'm gonna vote yes in case you were wondering. But Dr. Natalie Cromwell has left and she has been promoted to the Director of School Improvement. So that's very exciting to have her there. She's just an amazing person and we're thrilled. She did so many good things for Citrus Cove. Now we are going to have Ivy Shelton is going to be joining us there. And also, I just want to say quickly, the AP, Dr. Omira Cruz, she is now taking over Dr. Bernadette Standish' old school. It's like this trading that we have to do. So she is now at Hagen Road, and she was our AP at Citrus Cove, and wonderful. Cross Point Elementary School, we had Dr. Anne Marie Dilbert, has been promoted as well. She was there for many, many years, created an amazing culture, and I'm so proud we have Dr. Valerie Valcourt, who's taking over. The reason that I'm very excited about Dr. Valcourt is she is one of our very few principals that are of Haitian descent, and she speaks Creole, and I think that that's going to be really crucial for that community. I've been to many meetings there where we have to be translated all the time so the families understand us. So having Dr. Valcourt be able to speak directly to her families, I think is going to be a huge benefit for that community. Also, she brings in a ton of energy. She's absolutely wonderful, and she's going to connect so well with all the families there. And then just to mention a couple of the other principals that we have before I get to Poinciana, we have Sharonda Allen at Forest Park, Michael Sabatino at Freedom Shores still, Dr. Vonda Daniels at Galaxy E3, and Allison Manning at Rolling Green. And then we had to say goodbye to Dr. Tanya McDowell. She also got requested for her school because she is so good at what she does. And so we now have Miss Shannon Stockman, who, do you want to wave again? Who's taking over at Poinciana Elementary, and I'm very excited to have her there as well. She came very highly recommended, and I've heard nothing but glowing things about her. So I'll let her introduce herself in a minute. But I think what you can see from this whole conversation is really the emphasis being put on Boynton Beach schools to bring in really amazing talent. These principals are not, they're not going to be shy in this field. They are going to work hard. They are very dedicated. They're very excited, and they're happy to be here in Boynton and really going to show the excellence of education here in Boynton. So thrilled and proud for them. And very glad that we have them wanting to come here. The school district has really had just some amazing talent in our principal pools, and so to get into a principalship really does speak a lot to the excellence that you bring, because we have so many people to choose from. There's a lot of really wonderful people, so once they get in here, they're pretty amazing. So we're very happy to have that. Okay, now your action item. In Rhode Island, we had a governor who decided that he was going to focus on attendance because post-COVID, we had a real big issue in this country where everybody stopped going to school. And it is evidenced by the fact that in Florida, in Palm Beach County specifically, before the pandemic, we were in the teens on our absences. Right now, this past year, we had 39% of our students miss 11 days or more last year. And if you think about what that means, that's what we call like chronic absenteeism. You're really missing more than you should. That's more than just getting a cold. It's kids just waking up in the morning, maybe having to go to a job if they're older or take care of siblings, which has definitely been an issue. And that's something that does happen. But also we have kids that just don't feel like it. And that to me is kind of hard. I had my 4-year-old say to me the other day, "Mama, I don't want to go to school today." And I said, no, honey, in this house, we go to school. Like, that's what's going to happen. And I think we need to have that conversation with all of our families. And so this is the action item for you. In Rhode Island, when the governor decided to publicize the idea of attendance and how important it is, and really talked about it with the community, they were actually able to see a decrease of absenteeism by 10%, which is a huge number when we're talking statewide. So just for Boynton Beach to be able to put out in your communications with residents the importance of attendance, just bringing that to light, and I know I've talked about it in the past, but I think it would be an amazing thing, and we can definitely partner. We can share data with you that is specific to your city if that's what you would like to have in your communications. But I think that that is really the thing that we have to do as as a community, is we have to get kids to realize, and their families and their parents to realize, the most important place for them to be is in school. They have to go every day, because when they're not in school, we are unable to make any gains. And this is how we get education to continue moving forward, and that's how we get those grades to be the A grades that everybody wants to see at all their schools. Kids have to show up, and we have to have that time together. So that is your action item. The last thing I want to mention before I take any questions is I passed out to you all up there a little flyer about our upcoming referendum, and I put it in the back if anybody's interested in grabbing it. The reason why it's so important, so I said 10 years ago I started in this job. A year later, we actually came to the community and we asked for a half-penny sales tax to be added onto the money that you pay every time you go to a counter and check out. That half penny was to go to improve our schools. We were about $2 billion in the hole on maintenance. We asked the community for $1 billion. We were able to collect that $1 billion in 9 years instead of the 10 that we promised. So at the end of this year, we're going to stop collecting the funds, unless you say it's okay that we keep going. And so that's why we're still asking. So at the time that we asked, the county and the cities were also coming along and asking for a half penny. They are not going to do that this time. So right now, the sales tax in Palm Beach County is 7%. It's going to drop down if you say yes to our referendum to 6.5. If you say no, it would drop to 6. The reason why we continue to ask for these funds is because things are going so much better now that we have money to be able to pay for fixing our schools. We have been able to put in HVAC systems and new roofs and new floors. We have built new schools, which is crucial for making sure we don't have overcrowded schools or that they're not in such disrepair that nobody wants to go to them. Having a beautiful new school really does make people excited about their education, want to be there. It gets our teachers wanting to show up. It is crucial. And so that's one of the things that we're working on. One of the other things that has been really helpful for us was during the pandemic, when everybody in the country was panicking, looking for technology for their students, we were able to pivot in ways that people throughout the country were not able to because we had this referendum. We had these funds for technology, and we have put smart boards in every classroom. Mr. Pinsarga knows all about it from his work in one of our amazing schools. Those smart boards have really made the education more accessible for our students, and using Google Classrooms and everyone having a laptop to take home that we provide makes it so that it is really accessible. People are able to bring their homework home and do it there with the computer that we provided. My daughter uses hers every day, not the 4-year-old, obviously the big one, but she, to be able to see that really is wonderful. So, sorry, my phone thinks I'm talking to it. And so that's been an amazing thing. So that'll be on your ballot on November 5th to be able to ask for people to do it. And those taxes will go directly to our schools. We have an oversight committee called the Independent Review Oversight Committee for Sales Tax. We have community members that sit on it and make sure that we're spending the money appropriately. And they have continued to say that they are very proud of the work that we're doing and that they approve. So I will stop there and I'll take any questions that you all have.
Well, thank you so much, board member. Let's open it up for questions and comments. Let me just begin by, number one, thanking you and everything that you do for our cities. And hearing about the increases in grades is obviously a great thing. It is a step in the right direction, and we can be happier about that. Anything we can do to accelerate that, please let us know. The door is always open. When you brought up the attendance record, I just want to ask, and this might be a much longer conversation, which we can have offline, is there anything more that we can do besides getting the word out in our newsletters, and to kind of, frame that? Are you seeing some success stories in other cities and other counties, and what are they doing that's really working out really well?
So I think it's about really refocusing. I think during the pandemic, we had everyone staying home. And so then they thought they didn't need to come to school. And that has persisted. And I do see that even among good friends of mine that I have conversations with, and they say, oh, it's fine, I don't need to send my kid to school today. And the reality is when they're not there, they are missing, because we have a schedule that we have to keep in our teaching. And so as we go that, they're missing sections of learning. And if they do get behind, they will stay behind, and that's what happens. And for some of our schools that are really struggling, students that are struggling, one of the issues that we have is you're asking a teacher to teach a year's worth of education in a year, but if a kid shows up and they're a year behind, then now that teacher has to teach 2 years of education in 1 year in order to get that kid back on track. And so missing school for those children is so detrimental to their lives because we are not going to have an opportunity to catch them up. So really having our communities understand the importance of showing up every day to school with their children. And if you're unable to come, make a plan. Make a plan with your your guidance counselor, your principal, talk about what the issues are. Is it transportation? We will work on that if that's the issue. Is it care for the siblings? We can also help that in that way, figuring out where we can get childcare for the siblings that need to be cared for. So it's important that everyone attend. The other thing I would say is that if families are able to, I would make sure to put your child in a VPK program starting at 4, because you can have that. It's free for 3 hours, and then we have, depending on a family's income, we have the ability to be able to give them additional funding for that so that they can stay all day. Having a quality education, you can call the Early Learning Coalition, and they have a hotline where you can actually call, and they will find you a place to be able to put your child that is safe and affordable, and will provide a quality education. So I'm a big fan of the Early Learning Coalition. So I think we can make sure we're getting as many families into quality education as we can, and I think it'll move the whole system forward. So helping with that is great. Another thing that you guys could do is just a very small thing, is when you go into your schools, consider recognizing students for good attendance, or recognize most improved attendance. Sometimes that can even be more impactful if someone hasn't been coming as much, and then a mayor or commissioner comes in and says, great job, we really think you're doing awesome, just like what you did with the Little League and recognizing them. That can be a huge thing that you can do. Also engages you with those families and that part of the community that needs to see that you see them.
All right, thank you so much. Let me turn to Commissioner Turkin. Did you have any questions for board member? All right, Commissioner Hay.
Thank you, Erica. Job well done.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Erica. I did have one question. I know I've seen, you and I have had this conversation, and I know I've also seen a lot of buzz on social media, the new, or the proposed potential schedules because of the change in the law. And I just kind of wanted to get an update from you on where that committee is in kind of evaluating public response to those options and what the district is doing. I know that primarily the reason here in Palm Beach County for the need for such a drastic schedule change is due to busing and bus drivers and that unavailability. So I just wanted you to just briefly touch on that, because I know that's something that I feel like there was a bit of buzz on social media for a little bit. Now it's kind of died off, and so, but it's coming whether we like it or not. So
It is. So thank you very much for bringing that up. It is going to be the hot topic of the fall, I believe. So we do not have to implement this until 2026. And luckily, we have one last legislative session between now and then. So we're hopeful that we can go to our legislators and ask them to please allow some flexibility around this, or the ability to not participate at all. Because Palm Beach County has been pretty successful in implementing a great education, getting people to come, most of the time, except for everything I was just saying earlier, but making sure that we get people there on time. And if we are to adjust those times, right now the plan is that we have to start all high schoolers after 8:30 in the morning. And the shift would mean that certain kids, middle schoolers, probably wouldn't even go to school till 10. And so the imagination in my mind is that, or we can have elementary school students go really, really early, and nobody really wants to see an elementary schooler out in the dark waiting for a bus. So I think it's a great idea. I'm a big fan of health. I really think that children need to sleep more. That's been something that I've taken on as a cause for many years, is how do we get the kids to be later? But the reality, the fiscal impact of having to move this many children, 100,000 students have to cross the whole county twice a day, and we do it with our buses, and our bus drivers are already driving 3 routes each in the morning and 3 routes in the afternoon. At least right now we have our maintenance workers driving as well, because it's hard to find bus drivers. If anybody's interested, we are one of the best paid in the state. We would love to see bus drivers come. It is very difficult for us to make this schedule work. And I think what you're going to see as just a lay person in the community is an increase in traffic, because we are moving children before people really do get on the road. And so when you start seeing everybody shift to an 8:30 start time, 8:30, we're going to be putting those buses out there right at like 7:30, and the traffic is going to kick up. You know it when we have a day off, everybody can just drive so easy in Palm Beach County. And when school's back in session, you can't. I imagine that would double at least. So I am concerned about that, and I'm concerned about the impact on our families. Also, sports is a real issue. If we move the start times later, the sports have to go later. We do have lights on all of our high school fields, but one is actually broken right now, but we're working on fixing that. But middle school fields do not. And so we would have to rearrange where those students were. We will work, hopefully with this referendum dollars, on getting lights on every field, but mostly they're football fields that are lit. And so you're not having tennis lit up, you're not having, lacrosse games lit up, or your practice fields and things like that lit up. So having much later starts for sports can be a real issue. And then some children have jobs. So that is a real issue if they have to go to work and they have to fit in that time. So I think, we'll work with whatever we have to, but we are going to the legislature and asking for some flexibility. That is in our priorities for this year. And I appreciate you bringing it up. And honestly, if you would like to sign on a letter as a commission saying that you would support that, that could be very beneficial to us. And that's something that, will be going in this session coming up in the spring. We'll be going.
Thank you, Erica. Yeah, I've had many conversations with teachers and their concerns of, being parents and having to drop their kids off before they head to school, and just what a logistical nightmare it would be for our teachers and, parents and employees. So I just, that's something that when this came up, I was shocked to hear it passed so quickly, because there really wasn't any buzz through teachers or anything. It just kind of pushed right through. And so it's been a big concern.
Been like 2.5 years since it went through. And I think that everyone just realized we had a big lead up time to it. I wanted to actually implement it earlier because I thought of the health implications, but now that I've learned about it and I've seen really what it would do to us as a community, I'm not for the change. And I think anybody who gets involved in learning about it would probably agree.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I also am concerned with, internship programs and things like that. On a high school level, it literally impacts a high school student at so many levels. We talked about, very briefly about, the students who, have to go to work, students who depend on internship programs for college. So all of that gets pushed back, and would they really be gaining sleep? So I'm sure it kind of balances itself out. But so thank you. Yes, we can talk offline more about that too. And I do like your idea about the attendance and recognizing students. I think that's something that the city can definitely do within our schools. And that might be a fun little exercise to do with the kids. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Cruz.
Thank you, Board Member Whitfield. That's it.
All right, I just have one final comment, board member, and that is there have been so many positive things happening in Boynton schools. I had a meeting with the principals not too long ago, several months ago, and just to find out what their inputs were. And I think the recurring theme was we have so many positive things happening. We have an aeronautics program. We have, I know you've been a champion of that. We have, I think we're the only school with the planetarium, if I'm not mistaken.
There's one other one.
There's one other one, but one of the two, right? So we have so many exciting things happening. Let's get the word out, and let's let the city and the county in general know that there are so many exciting things, and Boynton schools are great schools to go to. And the frustration I heard was no matter the hard work they did, there was always this disconnect, right? That message wasn't getting conveyed. So I don't know if that's something that Sean and our PIO here could work on, but let's work together on that.
I think it is about communication, and we have a new communications chief as well, and new people working on marketing. And so we realize that this is a competition for getting people into the seats of public schools. And so if that is the truth, then we have to put our word out there as much as everybody else does. And if it's okay, I'd still like to have Ms. Stockman come up and say hello.
Yes, absolutely. Come on up.
It's wonderful that she came today.
Well, thank you so much again.
Absolutely. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for having me. I was not prepared for this, but I just wanted to say, well, thank you for welcoming me into the community. I've had an opportunity to get out to some of the community organizations, some of the churches, and everybody has been so welcoming and so supportive of Point Siena. It really is a fantastic place. Dr. McDowell has done a great job, and I'm very excited to continue the leadership there. And we're going to be on that list where we improve our school grade. We will be an A. So I'm excited to be there. Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank
Can we
you.
give them both a round of applause?
Yes.
All right, thank you so much. The next item on the agenda is a report on FEMA flood zones by Richard Radcliffe, Executive Director of the Palm Beach County League of Cities. Mr. Radcliffe, good evening and welcome. And did we have PowerPoint slides for him?
Absolutely not.
Okay, that's okay too.
I basically came here to thank you, but I'm going to give you the quick rundown on what's going on. Because FEMA flood maps, although it sounds, what, flood maps, it is important. We're in hurricane season. Palm Beach County disputed that the flood maps come out, they affect every single one of your property owners that has a mortgage. And if you don't have a mortgage, you can get flood insurance. But the coastal maps, which are separate, they've been in dispute with Palm Beach County for quite some time. But actually, they couldn't get anything overturned with Palm Beach County. The last time we had better success, but this time, no changes to the maps. And as of December 20th, they go hard. They become certified, which means anybody that doesn't have flood insurance, and they have to have it instated, you can't go apply the 19th of December and think you're going to have flood insurance. You have to have a policy that's current and active on December 20th, and then you're protected. You have, they call it a glide path. The most they can raise you, because global warming, we know what's happening. You know, it's constantly going on. But the most they can raise your policy is 18% a year. So it's very, very important for your, especially there are 39 municipalities in Palm Beach County. And by the way, for the people that are seeing the back of my bald head, I represent all 39. I work with all 39. Unfortunately, but for 23 of those 39 cities, and unfortunately Boynton Beach was one of them, where the maps extended more into your area, so it will be affecting your community. That being said, the county has gone out, we're working together. We're gonna put together one night. We divided, for the 23 cities, we're gonna divide it up into 3 sections, and we're gonna have FEMA, we're gonna have everybody there, we're gonna have your city representative, we're gonna have insurance people there, we're gonna try and get all the media. They've been working, and Palm Beach County is working very hard at this. They're not gonna send individual letters out, but it's very important. That's a 3-hour period, and that's why I'm here, to thank you, because it's gonna be in your facility and it will be for the residents of Boca, Boynton, Briny Breezes, Gulfstream, Highland Beach, Hypoluxo, Ocean Ridge, and South Palm Beach. That's Wednesday, September 11th, from 5 to 8. So you have to get your people out there. All the FEMA's going to be there. They'll be able to click, tell on their house, see what it is. There'll be insurance people there that'll give them an idea. They'll also have some of your city people, so if your house, God forbid, something happens and you have to build it again, what's the elevation? Can you there's a lot of things involved here, but the problem is December 20th, it all kind of goes hard. And you know as well as I do that the minute somebody misses the meeting or didn't go or didn't hear about it, or the mortgage company didn't tell them, they're going to come here and blame you. So that's why we are working together. And I'm here basically to thank you for making your community center available. That's the one on Hypoluxo Road, September 11th. So it's a real boring subject, but I hope I covered it enough so you understand why I'm thanking you. and you have an obligation to, by September 11th, to get your people to know and get them out there to protect themselves. And you don't have to be in a flood zone to get flood insurance. There are many, many cases where 40 and 50% of people living underwater didn't have the protection. Anybody can get the protection. So this is the time. And if you have any questions, I dare you. No, go ahead. And thank you again. Your manager stepped up right away because we're under a time crunch, but
Excellent.
thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Before you go, were there any questions for Mr. Radcliffe? Go ahead, Commissioner Cruz.
Thank you so much for your presentation and brief overview. That's something that's very important to all of our communities, and I don't know if there's any way for us to post the actual flood maps and where people can actually check. I know there's a website, but I would like for us to share that if we could. I know we shared like a poster, 3 pictures earlier
And that's,
on
that,
Facebook.
we sent that out. You can just go, the county has a site. The county worked very hard because the FEMA site was not user-friendly.
Yeah.
County, I got to give the county credit, and they put it together where you can, and there's a site, and it's been sent out where you can go on a house and you can see if you're in the zone or not. And I have to give kudos to Palm Beach County for putting that together.
Perfect. Yeah, I would just like to request if we can add that link in itself. I know we've made a post already about the meeting, but if we could add a post on our social media about the actual map in itself so people can go in and check on their own, that would be really great. Thank you.
And one other thing before I leave, and I saw you all down at the conference, and I don't know your ages, and I love you because you're all good people. You got to come. Our next meeting is September 25th, the German Club. We need somebody from Boynton, but the German American Club, I guarantee you're going to like the food. But that being said, I know you go to national. I can't get a lot of people involved in National League of Cities. But for their centennial, they are doing something, and it's a actual under 40 impact awards, and it's for elected people under 40. And I'm not allowed to ask anybody's age, but I know some of you are you've impacted your community, and for the centennial, NLC is meeting in Tampa, and they're going to recognize some of their younger elected people. So the information is there, and you need to, if anybody is, you've done a lot of wonderful things here in Boynton. You should get credit for it. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Richard. Richard, before you go, was there anything else from anybody?
No,
I want to make sure everybody had an opportunity while you were here.
Richard, this meeting isn't virtual, it's in person only, correct?
Correct.
The one, okay. And it's at our police department on High Ridge?
Yes. Your
Okay.
community room there.
Right, perfect. Very good.
And FEMA will be there. Everybody's going to be there,
Yeah,
but it's definitely in person.
very good. Awesome. Thank you.
All right, anything else from my colleagues? No? No. All right, thank you so much. All right, we're going to move on to the next item, which is a proclamation. This was requested by Vice Mayor Kelly, so I'm going to ask her to read it and present it. It says here that this evening we have Amy Talbot from Feeding South Florida to accept.
Orange.
She's in orange.
for-
Of course she's in
Yeah.
orange. All right, so Vice Mayor, if you could take it away.
Thank you. Whereas since 1981, Feeding South Florida has worked to end hunger in the city of Boynton Beach by providing our community in need with immediate access to nutritious food. Whereas hunger does not discriminate. It knows no race, religion, or age. In South Florida, approximately 1 million individuals face hunger. Food should not be an impossible choice for the community of the city of Boynton Beach. Whereas Feeding South Florida leads hunger and poverty advocacy efforts in our community while transforming lives through innovative programming and education that provides economic growth and overall well-being. Whereas the city of Boynton Beach is therefore committed to supporting Feeding South Florida so that together we can achieve a hunger-free South Florida. Now therefore, Be it resolved that I, Vice Mayor Amy Kelly, and Ty Pensurga, Mayor of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, do hereby proclaim September 2024 as Hunger Action Month and call upon the good people of the City of Boynton Beach to join me in supporting Feeding South Florida during this month of action. And Amy, if you want to come up and say a few words, I'll come and present the proclamation.
Hello, thank you so much. My name is Amy Talbot, and I am the Palm Beach County Director of Development for Feeding South Florida. And I just wanted to thank you on behalf of our entire team, the City of Boynton Beach, for recognizing September as Hunger Action Month. Just wanted to let you know that during Hunger Action Month, we are encouraging 1 million actions across the country to end hunger, whether by donating, advocating, volunteering, or spreading the word online. And every action counts. Our individual actions may seem small, but together they can become a powerful movement that can change history. So for those of you who don't know, our facility is actually located here in Boynton Beach on Park Ridge Boulevard. There we provide emergency food assistance. We have workforce training programs. We distribute food to 64 community partners, soup kitchens, churches, shelters. We have a lot going on there. We also have a lot of volunteer opportunities for anyone who's interested. And you are welcome to stop by anytime. Would love to give you a tour. Just come in. We're on Park Ridge Road. My name is Amy. You can ask for me, and we'll show you what we're doing here for Palm Beach County. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amy. I have two more announcements, then that's next. All right, so the last two items for this section is just two announcements. The first announcement is announce the second budget hearing. The second public budget hearing to adopt the fiscal year 24-25 budget will be held during the City Commission meeting on Thursday, September 12, 2024 at 6 p.m. in the City Commission chamber. So that's our first announcement. Yes.
I'm sorry, you
Go
have
ahead,
the old
Deputy
agenda there. It's actually the 23rd.
Oh, we have a typo? September
23rd.
23rd, excuse me. Let's correct that for the record. September 23rd.
The version online is correct. This
Okay,
is
so
what's
the
on your
printout
deck,
that's
correct.
behind. All right. The next announcement, the City of Boynton Beach 9/11 ceremony. The City of Boynton Beach will host a 9/11 memorial ceremony on Wednesday, September 11th, 2024, starting at 8 a.m. This commemoration will be held at Centennial Park at 120 East Ocean Avenue, next to City Hall, to recognize the 23rd anniversary of the tragic events of September 11th, 2001, and to honor the first responders whose lives were lost and the resilience demonstrated by the United States in the face of adversity. This event is free and open to the public. And that concludes all those items in this section. We're now going to go back to section 2. The very first item of section 2 is a commission discussion and presentation by Poonam Kalkat, Dr. Poonam Kalkat, on proposed utility rates and tier revisions for fiscal year 24-25. This item was previously tabled from August 20th, 2024. And with that, I'd like a motion from my colleagues to remove this item from the table.
So move.
We have a motion to remove this item from the table. Is there a second to remove this item from the table?
Second.
All right. So with that, we have a motion to remove from the table. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, motion passes. This item has been removed and now back before us. Good evening, Dr. Kalkat. Please begin.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, audience. I'm Poonam Kalkat. I'm the Utilities Director, and here with me is Ryan Smith. He is our rate consultant, Riper Analytics, and none of the information from the July meeting that was presented for changing the tiers, the miscellaneous fee, and increasing the wastewater cap has been changed. So it's the same information. We can present it again so whatever the commission desires. And then we also had a request from Commissioner Cruz to do some comparisons on tiers structures, and we have a couple of slides for that too. So if you just want us to go through the tier structure comparison, we can just do that. If you want us to present the information that was presented in July, we can present that again. So whatever you desire, we'll work through that.
I would recommend if we could just do a quick overview. It's been a while. A refresher is always good, and then we can focus on the slides that were requested. This was your request, Commissioner? Is that all right, Commissioner? Okay.
Can I request to change slides to the rate structure revisions? And I'll let Ryan lead the discussion, and then I'm right here to answer any questions too.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me. My name is Ryan Smith. I'm with Riper Water Analytics. I'm here today to discuss some of the rate structure revisions. I'd like to mention that last year when we discussed rate adjustments, one of the things that was discussed is looking for other alternative methods to kind of reduce some of the impact from some of the future projected rate increases and how they may impact our customers. And so that's when we went back to the drawing board and looked for ways that we could come up with cost-justified revisions to our existing structure that would help us to meet our goals without overly burdening our citizens here in Boynton Beach. A couple of the recommendations included looking at the miscellaneous fees. Discussions with what we did when we looked at the miscellaneous fees was we did a cost-justified rate analysis to identify specifically what is the actual cost of providing these one-off, one-time services. For instance, meter installations for new customers. Right now the city was charging $220 to install a 3/4 cents residential meter. However, just the cost of the meter alone, not including the vault, the tees, the taps, the labor, the plan review and whatnot, just the meter alone was $270. So we looked at coming up with what's the actual cost for doing these individual services, so that way we could recover at a minimum our cost and reduce some of the burden that's being recovered through our retail or monthly service rates from those miscellaneous tasks. The second item was looking at the wastewater billing cap or a billing threshold. What's the maximum amount of billed wastewater that would a residential customer would be billed for on a monthly basis? We did do a survey of our other neighboring utilities and kind of identified what's a reasonable level for our geographical area. Then we looked at one of the larger ones was revising the level of consumption that was available for every customer within the conservation tiers. Now, this is a requirement in your consumptive use permit, your permit with the state, that you have a conservation tier or rate structure in place. And our recommendation was to set that threshold where you would move from one tier to the next in 7,000 gallon increments. And that's consistent with your level of service that a customer purchases when they pay their impact fee or their initial fee to have service provided to them. And then lastly was to look at, what would be the impact of all of these changes and who would be impacted and also who would not be impacted. And what we ended up finding was that by doing these 3 separate recommendations that we would be able to recover, I think it was $2.3 million of a total of additional revenue, and we would not impact 81% of our residential customers. And so our goal was to find these, kind of alternative methods to raise revenues without raising rates. And I've got a comparison here of one of the miscellaneous fees calculations. This is for a 3/4 cent meter. And as you can see, our proposed fee is $645 and this is really only billed to new customers. Then we have a comparison of our wastewater billing cap. We looked at.
I can add one thing. When we say new customers, it's only when a new meter is getting installed. So if somebody is just buying a house or renting a house, that's, even if they're coming up as a new customer, they don't get charged this. This is for really removing a meter that there's no meter there and new meter is going to get placed in. That's when this cost comes in. So usually if it's somebody's raising a house and building a new house, that's when this happens. I just wanted to make that.
Very good point. The next thing we looked at was the wastewater billing cap, raising that threshold from 7,000 to 10,000 gallons. As you can see, compared to our other Palm Beach County utilities, generally their cap or billing threshold is in between 10,000 and 15,000 gallons, except for Palm Beach County and Riviera, which bill for all gallons. The next one was to revise the commodity tiers. So this is how much consumption is billed at each one of our different inclining block tiers. There's no change to the actual rates for these customers. Really, it would impact customers utilizing more than 7,000 gallons per month. However, we did want to note that 81% of our customers are using at or below this level of monthly consumption. So we think that's pretty reasonable, and additionally, it does link to the service that they have purchased when they originally paid their impact fee. So we think it's cost justified and within industry norms. And then one of the additional reasons that we looked at this was a discrepancy in the average revenue that was collected amongst the residential and commercial classes, customer classes. Right now, there was about a 25% delta, and implementing these revisions would reduce that delta without impacting the majority of our residential customers. We've got a comparison of the overall number of bills rendered and the overall change in the monthly bill for those customers. So that's really just the 19% high-use customers. And then a residential bill comparison, kind of pointing out that we're still one of the lowest in the area. Now, you can see there's really Delray and Indian River County are below us. I do know that Indian River County is right now in the process of doing a very large rate study, so there's very likely that they're going to raise rates going forward. And we wanted to mention that we prepared this same chart and presented it to you last year. And during that 1 year change, looking at the exact same utilities, all of these other utilities on average went up almost 6.3%, where making these adjustments, 81% of our residential customers will not see an impact. And the overall additional revenue that will be produced from these tier revisions, approximately $2.3 million. Thank you. We're going to go to the next one.
Can we go to the next set of slides? You want to go ahead? So here we just, what I asked or tasked Ryan to do was do some comparisons with some of our neighboring utilities to look at where our commodity tiers are versus others. And it's not the easiest thing to compare because every utility does it slightly differently. So it's not always the most convenient way, but we are showing what our proposed tiers are on top, and then other utilities, what their tiers are. And as you can see, they're all kind of different ways that people create these tiers. Now, when you are having a block of tiers where your higher tiers have to pay more, that also goes towards trying to get more conservation of water. So think about it like that, that if we are trying to conserve so we don't have to increase the demand so much over years, even if our number of customers increase, then the capacity at the plant doesn't have to be increased. So your infrastructure cost can be contained a little bit better that way. And so that's another reason why the conservation blocks work a little bit in this way. I know this is a lot of, there are a lot of numbers there, but the main thing that we are trying to show here is if you compare, green is when it shows you that those are the lowest cost per that gallonage of usage. So if you look at it, pretty much Boynton Beach, even the proposed are the lowest throughout our area of what we charge for each of those, whether it's 1,000 gallons up to the 14,000 gallons. So just wanted to bring that information because that's where most of our customers' usage is. I think there's only one place where I think Delray is $1 less than Boynton.
Right. And can I jump in here? Can I go back to the
Sure,
slide?
absolutely.
Thanks. And one thing I'd like to point out is when we look at, honestly, when I look at tiers, like, I always like to look at the first tier, right? Because that's where the majority of the consumption is really gonna be rendered for residential customers. And if you look on here, our proposed tier, which is 7,000 gallons, that's right in the range for the majority of those utilities. You have Palm Beach County with 0 to 4, and then the second block from 0 to 10, that one's a little different. And then on the far end, you really have Boca, which Boca is really, they're a high consumption utility. The majority of their customers, they have a higher level of service and higher monthly consumption compared to our residents. Boynton Beach is very much within the norm for the state. And the second thing I wanted to point out is right now, your top tier really begins at 50,000 gallons and above. And we're bringing that threshold down to 21,000 gallons, and that's very much in line with the majority of these other utilities. They're all around, 25,000, 28,000, but right around that 25,000 gallon range. However, by the time we get to there, if you think about our customers' consumption patterns, by the time you get to 21,000 gallons, effectively 90+% or 95% of your residential bills have been rendered at that point and below. So there's really not a whole lot of consumption up there. And so there's a basis to kind of reduce those tiers, be more in line with, our peers and with what our level of service is on both a capacity basis, which kind of links to our infrastructure cost, and, what they've purchased in the when they connected to our system originally. Additionally, kind of like what Poonam noted, we denoted the green numbers as the lowest at each usage increment. So this almost kind of gives you a bill comparison, but at every single usage level. And effectively, even under the proposed structure, throughout the whole range, we're effectively going to still be the lowest in the area, except for 9,000 gallons, where Delray is still, 97 cents or $1 less, $1 less than us. However, really, the majority of these other utilities are significantly higher, through the entire range compared to our proposed bills that will be rendered under fiscal year 2025. One other thing that was requested was for us to prepare a survey of known or estimated other utility rate adjustments, and we were specifically asked to look at a number of utilities inside Palm Beach County. So we reached out to other utility directors, other rate consultants that I know, to try to pull together a survey. So a majority of these, may not be adopted yet. However, this is the best information that we have available to us, whether it's from, Boca. I think Poonam found that from the utility director. West Palm Beach, we discussed with staff and their rate consultant. Palm Beach County, they have published their CPI inflationary rate adjustments. I spoke to the utility director at Seacoast Utility Authority, who serves Palm Beach Gardens. We spoke to Delray. Pompano has adopted 5 years of 10% rate increases, along with Wellington as well. They're implementing a 10% rate increase as well. So overall, this kind of also illustrates that the average rate adjustment for your area right now is about 6%. And by doing some of these alternative methods for raising revenues without raising specifically our monthly rates, we're able to push ourselves in the right direction without having to, do across the board rate adjustments that would impact our customers. And then back to the residential bill comparison. Every bill that's shown on here, besides ours, is under fiscal year 2024 rates. So recognizing when you look at that other utility average, that's about $82.37. You could think that next year, kind of recognizing if that 6%, assumption or estimate holds true, the average for our other neighboring utilities is probably going to be closer to, $87 to $90 compared to our current bill at $57 a month. And we chose this chart, we set at 5,000 gallons per month, and we did that because that's the average monthly consumption for all of our residential customers.
And I would like to, I think that's the last slide we had, and I'd like to end with just letting you know some of the things that we are working towards, and that'll give us a much better idea about what the infrastructure needs are going to be in the near future. So we have an RFQ out, there is a cone of silence, so I'm not going to say much about it except that we are going to get a consultant on board to look comprehensively at our source water and at both plants, the water treatment plants, and what the needs are from regulatory requirements as well as infrastructure needs. These plants are getting old. What do we need to invest in these plants to be able to keep going? So all of that information, hopefully before this time next year, we will have some big, it'll probably be 30 plus minus 30% cost, but at least we'll have some costs in and have some idea. We are also going to be doing some infrastructure risk assessments, like we had said that we are going to be, that's coming up. And that, along with a couple of other studies, will also tell us what other infrastructure needs will have to be there, and that'll give us an idea about how much it's going to be. Just looking at some of our neighboring utilities that are building some plants, some of these plants, I'm looking at numbers of close to 100 million or more for some of these plants based on what the requirements are going to be for regulatory EPA requirements that are coming down the pike. So just keep that in mind, that we don't want to try to raise something really high at any given year. It was a direction that was given to us by commission and by the mayor to look at ways that we can slowly keep having enough money to be able to do the things that we need to do to keep this utility working well, providing the level of service to our customers, and that we need to make sure that we are investing in the infrastructure as needed in a timely fashion. So these are all things that we are trying to do, and we are looking at efficiencies all the time too. Where can we get better return for our money? We are going to continue doing analysis as to where our most spend is, look at root causes of those. So we are going to continue doing those things also, but I just want you all to understand what the needs are going to be. And I'll have those numbers a little bit better next year. And even if we think about not increasing the rates, but taking a bond out, we still need to have reserves to get good interest rates and be able to do that. So we'll start talking to our bond consultants soon to look at what our needs are going to be and what would they suggest, how should we go about it. So we're going to be doing all of those things, and we wanted to present all those facts to you as you make these decisions so you have all the information you need. Thank you very much for asking us to come in and present this information.
Thank you, Dr. Calcott and Ryan. Commissioner Cruz, this was your request, so let's begin with you if you have any questions for either of them.
Thank you both so much for working on this. I think it's important to show the public kind of where we stand with regard to the rest of the county. Could we go back one slide? Can you remind me what percentage the city of Boynton Beach is?
We are not asking for a rate increase this
Nothing
year
at
at all, no.
Okay, so we're just changing, I guess indirectly, changing it from 9,000 to 7,000 would.
Correct.
indirectly do that for certain individuals, but not for the
Correct.
81% of the city.
Right. That's absolutely right. We'd made no rate adjustments, which is typically where you'd make across the board, like we did last year, 10%. However, we looked at kind of like, hey, how is our rate structure impacting our individual customer classes, residential, multifamily, and commercial? And that's when we kind of identified, because of this, very large, range of our tiers, that our commercial customers, on an average cost basis, were paying, about 25% less than our residential class. And so that kind of, pushed us down that path to say, maybe this is where we should make some incremental adjustments to produce some additional revenue without impacting our residential customers.
Got it, okay. That makes it clear, thank you. So the reason why I brought this up, it's, if we can go to the rate structure slide. Not sure which one it is. Yep,
This one, or do you want to go to
Yep.
the prior presentation?
I think this one's probably fine. So, as I was reading the agenda and looking at these items, what I noticed was that and correct me if I'm wrong, I think for the last 100 years of our city, we kind of had tier 1 being 0 to 9,000 gallons, right? And so now we're changing that to tier 1 being 0 to 7,000 gallons. One thing that obviously we know that we've been working hard, and you guys have been working really hard, and I thank you for that, to improve the situation with the meters. So with that being said, I think really what I wanted to focus on was to seeing if we could maintain the tier 1 the same way that we've kept it for the last 100 years, which is from 0 to 9,000 gallons of water to be the tier 1 price. And then from 9,000 upward, the changes that we're making in the tiers to allow for those to be increases. But because of the potential, not gonna get into the details of it, but the discussion that we had about the meters and such, I really think it's important for us to maintain that as much as we can, and go ahead with the changes for tiers 2, 3, and 4. But if we can keep tier 1 from 0 to 9,000 gallons the same way it's been done for the last 100 years, that's kind of the point that I wanted to bring up. Again, it's up to the rest of the board, but it's where this is where a lot of families that have more kids are going to be using more. Smaller families won't be affected as much. We know that this would also affect our car wash businesses and such. It would increase their costs with the water consumption, but that's kind of out of our control. And yeah, that's it. That's kind of my purpose with bringing this up.
And just one thing, and I think we've had this conversation, so everybody, but I just want to remind everyone that when it goes from 0 to 7,000, it's only going to be that incremental. So 0 to 7,000, people will still pay the same.
Correct.
And then if they use maybe 7,500, so the 500 gallons is going to be at the higher rate
Right.
similarly. So it's not like your whole rate is going to go up.
Correct.
It's just going to be for that, whatever,
Above
500
7,000.
gallons or 1,000 gallons, whatever extra you use.
Yes, and again, I thank you both so much for doing the research. It's highly appreciated. I know it takes a lot of work to go back and check municipalities. I tried to reach out to other municipalities and give you guys the data, so it was easier as well. But yep, that's my purpose. I'll let the rest of the board,
Right.
discuss.
Can I add one thing? One other reason, because I hear you about, wanting to keep it from 0 to 9,000, having the least impact to our residential customers. And that's when we kind of went back and looked at what's called a flow frequency, which is where are all of our bills rendered. And one of the things that we noted is that, I think we had kind of brought this up, there's only about 4% of the residential bills that fall in between 7,000 and 9,000 gallons. So that's a bit of an uptick for those customers using in between 7 and 9,000. But really where the more of the impact is really on the commercial side, because if we keep it at 9,000, then that means each one of these other tiers gets pushed a little bit, and that kind of reduces some of our revenue revenue recovery. And we want to keep the structures consistent amongst both the residential and the commercial classes. And then the other reason, and the reason we kind of propose 7,000 gallons, is right now there's been a lot of lawsuits that have been challenging conservation tiers, specifically in California. Now, we're not in California, it hasn't happened here, but these conservation structures, they're a requirement of our permit, but in California, they've been struck down. And typically, they've been struck down because there hasn't been a rational nexus that links the service that's being provided to the level of the tier or the amount that's being billed in each tier. And so that's why we wanted to stick to our level of service, that 250 gallons per day increment. And the way that we came up with 7,000 gallons, if you take 250 gallons a day times 30 and a half days in a month, right? You're right around 7,600 gallons, 7,500 gallons. And when we back off or we equate what is the consumption that you're provided at your house versus what has to be produced and transmitted from the water treatment plant, that difference there is really unbilled revenue or unbilled water. It's through line loss. Generally, in most utilities, it's about 10%. I think that's right around where you all.
Yeah, we are at around eight right now.
Right, so you are a little under there. So that's why we kind of landed at this 7,000 increment, because we wanted it to be cost justified and to make sure that there was a basis for why we were setting that level at 7,000. And we should have been more clear about how we came up with that threshold.
I think you did a really good job explaining. I don't think that, I appreciate looking at, for example, Delray Beach, our direct neighbor to the south, their tier 1 is from 0 to 12,000 gallons. So thank you again for your research, for presentation. You did a really great job. And I will just, allow the rest of the board to speak. But my purpose with this is to maintain the tier 1 as it is. And then allow for any changes to be made within tier 2, 3, and 4, because from 7,000 to 9,000 is the way that our residents are right now with larger families. They've been used to paying this price. We've seen an increase in inflation. We've seen an increase in car insurance, home insurance. Now, a lot of our homes have that flood insurance. I want us to think again about our residents and what benefits them the most. And I think that keeping at least a tier 1 for households that have children, the same way we've been having it for the last 100 years would be the right way to go. However, again, it's up to the rest of the board. But I would feel that it would be a disservice if I didn't express kind of my thought on that. But you've done an excellent job with your research and your presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Let's keep going on. Were there any other requests from my colleagues? Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Poonam. Remind me, and you may not know it off the top of your head, but, last year when we were having this discussion, the recommendation was an increase or a rate adjustment every year for the next couple of years in order to build that revenue so that we had the funds to do utility projects. Do you remember, was it around 5 or 6%? I feel like it was 8% or.
Yeah.
Yes, it was like we'd done 10% first year, we had said 6% after that is what we had suggested. That would keep us on that. And we tried to use this as a way to offset that.
Right. No, and my position is that, I wanted to thank you for looking at different ways that we could avoid doing a rate increase every year. We know that utilities are necessary, and we know that our residents deserve clean water and not busted pipes and utility structures that, our infrastructure is kept up. So, I appreciate the way that you have gone about looking at how we can not increase the rate this year, but still increase revenue. And so just like when we had this presentation before, I support the recommendation for the lower, to decrease our tiers, because it affects very few, as you just said, Ryan, it affects so few actual residential, of our residents. And so I want to just be mindful that, next year we're likely going to be looking at a rate increase in order to continue to provide the service to the residents that they deserve and desire to have. So this year, I thank you for really working hard to get creative and to find a way where we could avoid raising the rates, but still increase revenue to continue to provide service. So that's my position on that. And that's all I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Anything else from my colleagues? So this item before us is just a presentation. There's nothing to officially vote on, but if there's nothing else from my colleagues, we're going to keep going. I do understand the argument that's being had here, and it's kind of like a catch-22, because there will be a small percent of residents that will be affected, and nobody wants anyone to be affected. But the argument that I'm also hearing on the other side is, this is a mechanism to increase revenue without raising rates. Did I capture that line correctly? So it is, everyone has a great intention here. Everyone's trying to help the residents. Just more than one way to do that, and that's where we are today. All right, so we will,
Thank you for protecting the 81%.
Yeah.
And just one last comment. There are a lot of increases that people have in usage is usually due to irrigation. So if people use the irrigation smartly, you can really reduce your usage a lot. That's the maximum where you lose water.
All right, and if anyone else has any other questions or it comes up later in time, again, this is not the final item. This is just a presentation. There's still time to continue exploring. Thank you so much, both of you. I appreciate it. We're going to keep moving forward to the next portion of the agenda. The next item under 2 is, we have 2 items under 2B. We have proposed resolution number R24-189. It is adopt the proposed millage rate for the general fund for fiscal year 24-25. And then the second related item is proposed resolution R24-190, adopt the tentative budget for the general fund and all other funds for fiscal year 24-25. And council, can I just ask you, is it all right if we have one public comment for both? Or how should we do? You want to do it separately? I know the voting has to be done separately. This is 2B.
Yes, separately.
You want to do public comment separately for these 2 items?
Yes, separately.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Yeah, because they require a public hearing.
Okay.
So,
All right. Sounds good. Just wanted to confirm with you. So let's address the very first proposed resolution. This is adopting the proposed millage rate for the general fund for the fiscal year 24-25. Do we have anyone from staff to introduce this, or either one? And all right, great. We've got people coming up.
Yeah, both Peter and Tony are going to come up, Mayor, and they'll do the presentation.
All right, so the order will be, we'll hear a quick presentation. This is not the first time we're seeing it. This has been a process. We'll go to public comment. We'll go to the commission for a discussion, and then we'll do voting, okay? All right, gentlemen, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. The proposed ad valorem tax rate for the fiscal year 24-25 is 7.8 mils per 1,000 in real estate property, which is a reduction in 0.5 mil from last year. Tony, you have anything?
There was supposed to be a presentation. I don't know if you guys have it in front of you. I don't know if the folks in the back, IT.
Yeah, if IT
needs
could
to
just
bring it
quickly
up.
pull it up, and let me see if we have it. We do? Is it on there? Okay.
If not, I can proceed if you want me to.
No, it's not.
Okay. There were some handouts also, so I could proceed if you want me to. All right, just to reiterate, if you go to page 3, again, we're here tonight to adopt the millage rate and a tentative budget.
Can we get page 3 on the PowerPoint? We don't have paper and there's no PowerPoint.
Adam just went back to go figure that out. Turkin.
Maybe get.
I do not know what staff is prepared for to do next. I'm comfortable with that, but it depends on what's ready and what's available.
The fire assessment's also going to have a presentation. IT, are you guys prepared to bring up the fire assessment presentation? Do you guys have access to that? So we can get it on the monitors, please?
So basically, whatever they have ready first, we'll do that. So something is moving. So in addition to these two items, we have the annual comprehensive fee schedule rate changes and the fire assessment fee item as well. So what is that? Comprehensive. Okay, that's the fee schedule. So that's 2C. Mine is fire assessment is D. We have different versions. Whichever. Okay. That's okay. It's all right. Which this item? Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. Or back to the millage. All right. That works out.
They pull it up. Tony's coming.
Okay. This is the old one. All right, as you can see, the Thursday date, the 12th, has been changed. Everyone knows, to the 23rd, so I jumped past that. The last bullet, as you can see, we're also here to discuss the fire assessment, in addition to the millage rate and the tentative budget. And this. As you can see, as Peter said earlier, you guys back in July went with a 7.8 mils. You actually reduced it by 0.05 from the current year, which is 0.785. Also, as you can see by law, we also have to state the rollback rate, which is 7.429 versus where we're going, which is 7.85, and that gives you a difference of 5.08% as compared to the rollback rate. You guys are not heading in that direction, just for the record. Next slide shows you a comparison, basically, of what if you decide to go from the 7.8 to the 7.4229, it would mean that staff would have to go back and try to find $2.8 million. Any questions on that slide? All right. Here's highlights with regards to, since we had the workshop, we had various different revenue adjustment. As you can see, because of the lowering of the millage rate to 7.80, we had to adjust the revenues down, the ad valorem taxes down. Also, the state shared reports came back, and we lost 159K. The sales tax revenues came back from the state, and we had to reduce those revenues by 144K. As a result of going to the proposed $120 to $145, we had to make the change for the increased fire assessment revenues by a tune of gaining $1.3 million if that was to be adopted. In talking to our special events director, she felt she could help the general fund some more and find $80,000. And then CRA stepped in and covered one of the position, which was a project manager 3 by the tune of 160K. With all these adjustments, we were able to bring back the budget, not taking anything from fund balance. So the budget is balanced, and it's balanced without using any fund balance. Okay, slide number 7 pretty much highlight all the recommended, I call them reorganizational changes. Some of these affected the current year. That was not in the adopted budget. And some actually affect fiscal year 24-25. The first one, as you can see, we're removing a FTE, the assistant city manager position. Printing, we had to add an additional $45K for additional special event printing needs. Reclass of specialist event coordinator, an additional $5,000. That's and then the finance department added a buyer and accountant position. There was we hired a new purchasing director. That by market we had to find an additional $18K to cover that hire. There were some salary adjustments as it pertains to police for a police officer program, which the commission approved. There were some other staff compression issues that we found as we reviewed the budget. That was addressed by the tune of $169K. We decided to, for the beautification program, add a beautification supervisor. Parking services picked up information desk coordinator position. We reinstated the recreation manager and then decided to recognize some cost saving by lowering the value of that position to a specialist. Another move that we made structurally to help the general fund was to change the allocation on some of the engineers by having the building fund subsidize some of those costs. Additionally, we needed a public works.
Yes, excuse me. I'm not sure where exactly the voices are coming. There's some echoing that's happening. If you could just please whisper just a little bit more, and so we can hear staff. Thank you so much.
Public Works needed an assistant public works director to oversee all the CIP projects that we have in place. We additionally were able to reduce the CIP transfer from the general fund and also some fleet fund transfer to acquire some of the vehicles for the police department. Hence, you saw that net reduction of $450,000. And we thought additionally with this $130 million budget that we also needed to add some dollars to the contingency fund. Next page deals with the other funds. Just one correction on the one that says, in addition for the handouts, Fund 122 is actually the Community Improvement Fund, so that needs to be corrected. Instead of saying the Recreation Department, it's actually the Community Improvement Fund. Again, that police career program that I highlighted earlier on the general fund, it also affected the traffic fund, which is why you see that adjustment.
Tony, I'm sorry, just one moment. 182, am I having a moment? I don't see 182.
No, 122.
122,
The second one.
all right, so I misheard
Yeah,
you.
the second one.
Okay, and you're saying that should be what instead?
The title of that fund is called the Community Improvement Fund.
Got it, all right, thank you
That
so
is
much.
where RJ and the construction coordinator reside.
Okay.
Then in the building fund, again, those dollars you see is as a result of the engineers who are in the general fund. We were able to sort of engineer the fact that we could get their costs to be covered also by the building fund. Parks and Recreational Trust Fund were able to recognize a couple of projects in there, and we were able to transfer money from that fund to the CIP fund to help fund the Little League project. Park impact fee, the same thing occurred. We were able to identify additional projects that may come in the new fiscal year, hence we were able to transfer $200,000 from that fund. And they were related to fire projects. And the 302 fund, as you can see, an increase of $17 million that was attributable to various funds, various projects rather. Some were the auditorium project for a tune of $1 million, JC Park for about $450K, Centennial for $500,000, Echo Park for $875K, Penn Sparks for $400,000, and various different miscellaneous paving projects. The surtax fund, that reduction was as a result of moving projects from the 303 fund to the 302 fund. Hence, simultaneously, conversely, you have that increase in the 302 fund. Utility decided to make a personnel change with regards to the salary of one of their employees, and that's what you're seeing there for the finance supervisor. The 4-3 fund and the 4-4 fund, those are the CIP fund for the utility department. And they had projects that they thought that for this fiscal year, they could either remove or push to the future. And that's what that represent, those two decrees. The golf fund had an increase of $20,000. The benefits fund, by mere fact that we're self-insured, we must have reserves. The costs associated with that benefit fund also increase with respect to the CARE ACT clinic. Staff is now in conversation with regards to sort of hopefully mitigating some of those costs. That's an ongoing process. And then in the cemetery, we decided to add a parks maintenance worker to the tune of $60K or $59K. Next slide you see, although it's tiny, I would just highlight it's all funds. So it's just basically showing you the net position where we're at, whereby if you look at the bottom, it's a total budget of $327,804,000. The bigger changes that you'll see is at the general fund level. As you can see, it increased $11.3 million, and most of that was basically pension and contractual and also salary adjustments. The fleet fund, the reduction of $5.3 million, that was tied to city acquiring less vehicles. The traffic safety fund, as a result of the speed zone project that we have in place, or program that we have in place, some of the general fund employees, we were able to recode some of the operational costs tied to that particular fund. And again, the same thing with regards to, as far as the net change between the general government, CIP, and surtax, is us moving projects from one fund to the next. That's why you see that switch. Utility, the decrease in the CIP, where you see the $17 million. Again, that's the recognition of staff, either projects were completed or they're moving them off to the future. At the end of the day, the net difference from one fiscal year to the next was $2.9 million from one year to the next. Next slide. All right, so this is the last of two slides that shows the impact to the residents as it pertains to the millage rate and also the assessed values that the city realized this year. In general, the city had an 8.7% increase from one year over to the next in terms of the assessed values. But as it pertains to the residents, we only can assess 3%. So that's what you see when you look at the first example, which shows the assessed value being at 300,000, and 3% above that number would put you at 309. And then the tax rate, which what's being proposed, is 7.8. So this particular homeowner that has a $300,000 home would recognize a tax of $2,020. Net difference on an annual basis is an increase of 57.70. And the monthly calculation is there. And the same is followed through if the homeowner had a $500,000 home at 3% cap. This homeowner would experience a new bill. Instead of $3,500, it would now be $3,600, a net difference on an annual basis of $95. Flip to the next slide, which is from a commercial perspective. Again, the city experienced a 8.7% increase, hence that's why this is applied to this scenario. Again, if that property was 300,000 from 23, in 24 it would move it to 326. Applying the same millage rate of 7.8, that owner, instead of paying $23.55, they would pay $25.44, which is an increase of $188 on the first example. Move to a commercial property at 500,000. new year, they would be realizing a value of 543, and with the same millage rate of 7.8 mils. And the annual would be, instead of $3,900 for 23, it would be $4,200 for 24, an increase of $314. And that's the final slide. Any questions?
Thank you so much. Any questions from my colleagues for either of them? All right, so again, we are for now just going to address one resolution at a time. The first resolution that we're addressing is the proposed millage rate. We'll turn now to public comments specifically on the proposed millage rate. If you'd like to speak on other items, we will have another one for the general fund if you want to comment on that, or if you want to comment on something not on the agenda, there's a separate section for that. So let's begin with those in the chamber. If you have any comments regarding the proposed millage rate, after which we'll go to those online, and let's just double check everything here. There's nobody online. All right, so the rules are always the same. It's 3 minutes per person. State your name for the record when you begin. Address your comments to the commission as a whole. We are taking down notes. This is not a Q&A, but we are taking notes as you are speaking. Where's my timer? Let's begin. Give me 1 second. All right, you may begin when you're ready.
Cindy Falco Di Corrado. I'm appalled looking at the prices and removing people and adding people, what people are going to be paid for. Even the beautification supervisor, $103K a year, that's insane. This is highway robbery. You're hitting the people very hard on things that are not necessary and are absolute fluff and puff for a millage rate. I'd work for that for half the money because I care about this community. Who pays for all these things? Did you see the items up here? A golf fund, all these other things that are non-essential, non-important to anybody living here in the city of Boynton Beach. So I ask that you really look it over clearly and understand that your constituents are watching very closely who votes for what, because this is highway robbery. And we, the people, are tired of being robbed. When do the millage rates stop going up? When do our salaries that we work so hard, that you live off our backs, goes up? It doesn't. Stop robbing us. Thank you.
All right. I just want to clarify for the record, the proposed millage rate is
going
less
down.
than.
The millage rate is going down.
It's going down. All right. Thank you so much. Let's go to the next speaker. As always, state your name for the record whenever you're ready.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Tom Remicchio. I reside at 4065 Trovita Boulevard in historic Knollwood. Commissioners, over the last few months that you've been discussing the budget, I really hope that as you plan for next year, that you'll come up with a different process, because when I was here, there was just a handful of us here during the budget process, and as you were discussing, it was brought to you on a Friday afternoon. Monday morning, you started deliberations, and then after literally just a couple days, you made a decision to where we are today. But to see all of these adjustments in this short period of time concerns me. I would hope that next year you could start with a little different process where you all are involved earlier in the process, so it becomes your budget along with the staff. I want to give you a historical perspective of why I'm concerned about spending. I have no issue with your proposed millage rate tonight. I would support that myself if I was on the commission. But I am concerned about the level of spending, $12 million of new spending. In 2018, your millage rate was 7.9. You had an $89 million budget just 6 years ago. And then 1920, you went to 96 million. 2021, 99 million, all 7.9 millage rate under the leadership of a very experienced city manager. As soon as we had a change in leadership, the spending drastically changed as we went through the interim managers in 21, 22, 23, 102, 107, not bad. You started to lower the millage rate, but you continued to spend. Last year, 23, 24, you went to 118 million, which was a considerable amount of new spending, and now this year, an additional 12 million. Guys, we're not gonna be able to sustain this level of spending, so I'm asking you please consider adopting next year a process where you start with a zero-based budget or a baseline budget, and you're involved in all of that process so that you can justify each one of those expenditures to your constituents, so that it's not just window dressing that we're lowering the millage, you're actually lowering spending. And it can be done. It absolutely can be done. And if you'd like to have some recommendations, I would be glad to sit with each one of you independently and talk about how new revenue, there's a lot of opportunities for new revenue, for sure. And some of those have been brought forward most recently. But please, thank you for what you're doing. You work very, very hard on behalf of the city.
All right.
And I hope that you'll
Thank
take
you.
these items into consideration.
All right, thank you so much. Anyone else for public comments on this specific item, which is the proposed millage rate? All right, seeing no one, let me just do a final check if anyone's online, and I see no one online. With that, public comment on this item is now closed. So let me turn to my colleagues if they have any final comments or questions. Otherwise, we'll begin the voting process. But before we do that, any comments or questions from my colleagues?
Nope.
Go ahead.
I am glad that we heard zero-based budgeting. That's something that I did bring up at the budget workshop. So I'm going to say this is a reminder to the city manager as well. Zero-based budgeting next year. Thanks.
All right, anything else? Maylee, first of all, we'll have a motion. Is there a motion to approve this resolution?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion. We have a second? So the motion I heard from Vice Mayor, the second came from Commissioner Cruz. Maylee, if we could do a roll call since this is a public hearing.
Commissioner Hay,
Yes.
Commissioner Turkin,
Yes.
Commissioner Cruz,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kelly,
Yes.
Mayor Penserga.
Yes.
In a roll call vote, the motion passed unanimously.
All right, thank you so much. We're going to move on to the next resolution that's attached to this item. Proposed Resolution R24-190. This is again about the tentative budget for the general fund and all other funds for the fiscal year 24-25. And I believe that presentation covered all of it. I just want to double check with staff. Was there anything else related to this? Any other presentations? I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything. That was it? Okay, thank you so much. With that, we'll turn now to public comments specifically on the budget. Again, this is R24-190, beginning with those online, in person and then online. The rules are the same. Let me switch to the timer. Begin when you're ready.
Susan Oyer, Boynton Beach. Well, first of all, you should be saving money with half these lights out, so I've been texting Dan the whole time. Everybody's in the dark. I don't know if you can see us on the TV. All the speakers are in the dark over here. So I agree with the zero-based budget. We need to be doing something. I look at the whole budget overall, not just the small numbers you guys are talking about. Overall, approximately 5 years ago, this was like $220 million budget. It's now $1/3 billion. So we've gone from $250 million to $1/3 billion in approximately 5 or so years when you look at all the funds and all the budget. This is really outrageous. I think it can be little stuff like no more take-home cars. Unless you are a police officer or the fire chief, you do not need to be taking home a take-home car. That needs to end. I've been saying that for years and years. I said it to Lori too, and I'm saying it to you, Dan. No more
Ms.
take-home
Oyer,
cars.
please address the comments to me.
I am, and no take-home car for you either.
I don't have.
I know, but I'm making a point. It needs to start small, and Cindy was right. And you know me, I am all for beautification and moving forward on this, but why would you hire somebody at $103,000? Why is the pay start rate not 75? You have now collapsed and gotten rid of tons of department managers because you have Amanda and Craig running like half the freaking city. I don't know who else shows up to work. It just appears to be them in charge of multiple departments. So I'm going, okay, you must be saving a lot of money on personnel because you have 2 people doing the jobs of 10 people about 5 years ago. So there's got to be some kind of personnel savings in there. And where is it at? You have not had a historic planner in years, and yet we were a city that won numerous historic awards. You're saving money there, apparently, $100,000. All these things add up. You've lost all these employees. There should be tons of payroll savings. And I just don't see where we're getting a budget this big. So I think it's time to actually have the meetings at night when people like me who work can come and everyone else, and we can actually sit here and look at it. I would love to see a line item budget. I'd love to see that. And I don't see why the commission doesn't have line item veto on some of this. The president does, the governor does. Why can't you? You are the electeds, not the city employees. You all should be the ones nitpicking through everything. Thank you.
Thank you.
So that I'm clear in speaking upon the right, is this what we're talking about, the proposed taxes?
No, not the tax bill. We already had that. This is about the budget. Anything on the budget.
So was the
All
fire
right.
department assessment on the budget?
There's a separate item for that.
Okay,
ma'am.
thank you.
All right. Anybody else on the general budget or any of the funds related to that? All right, and let me double check online. There is no one online. With that, public comments on the general budget is now closed. And let's, we have a motion, if there's nothing else from my colleagues, motion to approve R24-190.
So move.
We have a motion from Vice Mayor. I heard a second from Commissioner Hay. And Maylee, City Clerk, if you could please begin the roll call.
Commissioner Hay,
Yes.
Commissioner Turkin,
Yes.
Commissioner Cruz,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kelly,
Yes.
Mayor Penserga.
Yes.
In a roll call vote, the motion passed unanimously.
All right, thank you so much. With that, we're going to move on to the next item on the agenda, which is 2C, proposed resolution number R24-191. This is the annual comprehensive fee schedule rate changes for fiscal year 24-25. Is there a presentation for this item? Or is there someone from staff who can present on this? If any updates, overview? This is not the fire assessment. This is, my version, I think we established that. My version of the agenda, the printout that I received on the dais is, I guess, it may be a little bit old. But, oh yeah, this is right. This is the comprehensive
Yeah,
D.
2D.
D on your list.
Yes.
It's the end, but same item, annual comprehensive fee schedule rate changes for fiscal year 24-25. The lettering is just a little different, but same item.
Tony, where's Peter at?
Right there.
Are you guys presenting on this item?
This is the annual comprehensive fee schedule rate changes for fiscal year 24-25.
Tony Davidson. It's a document that is from the prior year. There are only 3 departments that have affected change, which is utility, and you just heard from utility. The next one is solid waste, and the last one would be engineering. So.
What are those changes?
Annalee is going to step up to address solid waste.
All right, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, residents. I have a small presentation that I'd like to present.
All right, begin whenever you're ready.
Okay. In July, our rate consultant, Ryan Smith, presented the findings of our rate study. And there are 2 major changes. I just chose the slides that highlighted those changes, and I'll go over them for you now. The residential rates are going to increase from $21 to $21.95. So that will be 95 cents per month per resident. So that's a total of $11.40 per year. And this slide highlights the rates for similar municipalities, and it shows where we are, where we were, and where we will be with this increase. The second increase will be a change in the roll-off or container rates, and it's just going to increase to $100. This is going to affect, say, I think like 31 customers, commercial customers only. And I think that's it. I can take any questions you might have.
Yes, if there's any questions for Ms. Holmes, right? Did I say that right, Holmes?
Holmes.
All right, go ahead, Commissioner.
I can't go back. What did I do? Oh, there we go. This one, Commissioner? Okay.
And if, in the meantime, if staff could prepare the other if there are other presentations, at bare minimum, I just want to hear what those changes are, and that should cover it.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Commissioner. Somebody just go, yeah.
What has been there, dumped that? You know, been there, dumped that?
I'm sorry?
Oh, go to your next slide there,
Oh,
Oh, it's another roll-off company, I think. Those are all different.
right there.
Funny name.
Right.
What is that? Been there, dumped that?
oh, that's the name of a company.
What?
It's another roll-off company that you
It's
can
another-
purchase. You can like rent a
It's
roll-off
another
from.
company.
What's the company?
Yes. You need me to go back? Any other questions?
None for me at this
No,
time.
this is good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, did we have that resolved? All right, thank you, Tony.
Okay, so on behalf of Amanda, Adam is gonna fill in
Okay.
those areas.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Commission. Recently, the city has done a little bit of a reorg where we've moved the engineering division under Amanda and I, whereas previously they were held under Public Works. And the thought behind that was that we wanted engineering to focus on some of the private development, so it made sense to move them under planning and development. So as part of that, we analyzed engineering fees that are being charged to private developers and applicants in the development world and construction. And so what Amanda's proposed is to adopt proposed fees that are similar in nature to planning and zoning. Sorry, I was just out back, so I'm running out of breath. She's proposed fees similar to how we have the building department structure and the planning and development fees, so that we can recover costs for those plan review services, for right-of-way permits and land development permits and so forth. I don't know if they're up.
Not yet. Where are we?
Second, I'm scrolling.
We'll take a moment. So while everyone else is waiting, I just want to give everybody a heads up. The next item is the final fire assessment fee for fiscal year 24-25. So that is coming up.
Mayor, real quick.
Yes, Vice Mayor.
Adam, while we're waiting, the fees that you're speaking of primarily have to do with new builds or
Correct.
new companies that are coming in, correct?
Correct.
So it's not for our general residents. Just wanted to make a
Right,
point
so
of
some of them may be if they are, if they require engineering reviews and inspections. Currently, currently those are being subsidized. There's no cost recovery at all for any of those. All right. So engineering, some of the engineering fees are for land development fees. Those fees are associated with those are percentage based on construction value, similar to our building department, where there's a minimum review and a permit fee as well, and they're based on construction values. And those are predominantly some of the larger construction work that's taken place within the city. That's the below ground and above ground site work. Then there's right-of-way permit fees. Again, a lot of these fees are paid by folks that are doing work within the public right-of-way, like other utilities. And then there's fees associated with platting, which is again done as part of development applications typically. There's plats that come before the city commission, so we're requesting to charge those fees to recoup money on the costs associated with doing plats. And then some of the others are just a minuscule replacement of permit cards when they're lost, and the need for professional services, and some things like that. I don't know if you can see them up on your screen. But a majority, like Vice Mayor Kelly mentioned, the majority of these fees are going to be charged to private development applications.
All right, thank you so much, Adam and staff. Is there anything else from my colleagues then? I really just wanted just a quick overview of what those changes were. Did that cover it? Was it?
They're all new.
They're all, yeah.
Majority of them are new fees. The city wasn't previously charging for those services.
Okay, anything else? With that, let's just turn to public comment on the fee schedule. Again, specifically on this item, we'll go in person, then online. If you'd like to speak specifically on the fee schedule, now is the time to approach the podium. As always, state your name for the record when you begin. All right, seeing no one approaching the podium, let's go to those online, and I see no one online. With that, public comment on this item is now closed. All right. With that, if there's no other comments from my colleagues, I'll entertain a motion to approve. This is Resolution R-24-191. I have a motion from Commissioner Turkin. I have a second from Commissioner Hay. Let me turn now to our city clerk for the roll call.
Commissioner Hay?
Yes.
Commissioner Turkin? Yes. Commissioner Cruz?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kelly?
Yes.
Mayor Penserga?
Yes.
In a roll call vote, the motion passed unanimously.
All right, thank you. The next item on the agenda, which is, I guess, is E on your version, it is proposed resolution R-24-192. It is adopting the final fire assessment fee for fiscal year 24-25. And let's begin with the fire chief. Is that right? Okay, fire chief, take it away when you're ready, after which we'll go to public comments.
Thank you. Can you, I think you have my presentation from the July hearing, please, if you can bring that up. And good evening, everybody. Hugh Bruder, Fire Chief. Thank you for allowing me to continue to present. If those of you on the commission were listened to my presentation
1 second,
back,
Chief, if we could mute the phones, please, greatly appreciated. Or take it outside, either one. Are we ready? All right, thank you, Chief.
No worries. So of those of you that heard my presentation back in July, I've got a good understanding of what a fire assessment fee is and why we need these additional funds in order to not only bring our fire department up to the current century, but to carry us beyond. Before the presentation comes back up, and I'll go back to the presentation, I want to address a couple of things. So when we proposed the increase in the fire assessment fee, a letter went out to the residents, the property owners. We realized after the letter went out to the property owners that the letter that was sent out by the vendor, by the individual that's hired by the city to do that, that letter was very confusing to residents. So one of the things we did, we took some extra steps so that we could educate the public on this item, the importance of this item, and exactly what it is and why. So what we did was we went ahead and we put a very detailed briefing on the city's website with what a fire assessment fee is, why we needed the additional revenue, and more importantly, what this additional revenue was going to be going for, because we felt it was very important that we didn't just put a fee out there and then throw darts at it. We wanted your constituents.
Sorry, whoever that is, could you just take a step outside and handle it, please? All right, this is the second interruption, possibly the third, and it is rude and disrespectful to our fire chief and to all of us here. All right, just handle it outside. All right, Chief, I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. Staff, myself, the rest of staff wanted your constituents to understand what this fee is, and we didn't feel that letter was adequate. So we updated the city website with a thorough explanation of what a fire fee is, why we needed the increased revenue, and again, now identifying what the money was going to be going for so it was clear and delineated. Additionally, we put my PowerPoint presentation from the July hearing on there as well, so that individuals can go ahead and they can take a look at that. We took another step by having the vendor come in and train all of the Finance Bureau, as well as my executive and my administrative staff, so that as calls would come in from the community, we would be able to field those calls and be able to properly educate the community on exactly what we were doing with respect to the fire assessment fee. I think we are still having some issues finding it. So So the point there is that I think it's important for this commission to understand that as we move forward with the fire fee, it was important to educate, your constituents. I'll go ahead and get into the presentation a little bit without it being up here, just so that, the folks in the audience can kind of get a grasp on what's happening. Unless we can get IT to get it up.
Can I make a suggestion to my colleagues, if it's all right with everybody? Could we take a 5-minute recess while staff gets it ready? And this way I can take a bathroom break.
Yes.
It looks like they need more time to, take care of the PowerPoints. So let's do that. Are there any objections to a 5-minute recess? All right, thank you so much, everybody. We'll be back in about 5 minutes or so. Let's give them time to get everything together. that the presentations are ready to go, if I heard that correctly. And with that, that means we'll begin any moment now as soon as all the commissioners return to the seats. So maybe another minute or two. All right, almost all of us has returned, so let's bring this meeting back to order. Good evening, everybody. Again, we are going to hear the presentation from our fire chief regarding the final fire assessment fee for this fiscal year 24-25. Chief Bruder, I know you already gave an introduction, but now we've got the slides going.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry for the confusion, everybody.
Is the mic on?
Hold on. Here we go.
Yeah.
Okay, so why the need for a fire assessment? So for those of you that don't understand exactly what a fire assessment fee is, it's a funding mechanism that was created many years ago when fire chiefs from around the country realized that the majority of fire departments were being funded from ad valorem tax revenue. So in order to be outside of the realm of ad valorem tax revenue and not be held to the wild fluctuations of the real estate market, to make sure that your citizens have not only top-notch fire rescue service, but we get there and we get there as a whole. I mean, obviously, if you have times of economic downturn and you're basing all of your fire department budget on ad valorem tax revenue, and we see what happened back in 2007, we could see fire stations closing down, we could see layoffs occurring, and none of us wants to see that happening. I mean, with the number one concern of any municipality being public safety, obviously want to be able to provide those services, and in order to provide those services, we have to have a very sound funding source. So that's what an explanation of the fire fee is. Now, what can we use the fire fee for? So statutorily, the only thing we cannot use the fire fee is anything emergency medical services related. So I can't buy ambulances with it. I can't pay paramedic pay with it. I can pay regular firefighter pay. But in our case, what we're proposing the usage of the additional revenue for, and you'll see it in a few minutes, are for some dedicated infrastructure needs that we've had for many, many, many years. What we need, in fact, are four major projects. The first one is the replacement of Fire Station 3, which is a 40-year-old building. That's a $10 million cost. In that particular building also, we've had a lot of roof leaks, we've had some mold, and we've had some issues where we've had to go in and clean the station, scrub the air filtration system, and we've actually got an air scrubber over there now. But obviously our concern is to the men and women that are out there fighting fire, and with that in mind, we're making sure that the air is being scrubbed, the filtration is occurring, and at the same time, I'm working behind the scenes to try to build a new fire station for these men and women and for your constituents. Secondarily is the Harvey Oyer Marine Complex. Now, this is a facility that we are actually, was built in the 1950s. We're actually going to be moving a advanced life support technical rescue engine company, fully staffed, to this facility, and we'll actually be doing that in the next several months. In about the next 10 months, we'll be receiving the second only true fireboat in this county north of Boca, and that will be housed also at the public safety complex there at Harvey Oyer Park. And our firefighters and paramedics who are stationed there 24/7 will be able to tend that fireboat and be able to respond quickly, instead of currently where our water rescue assets are being housed at our headquarters special operations. Excuse me, Mayor, I'm having a lot of chatter behind me that's interrupting me. Can you please?
Please be quiet. You were talking. You keep mumbling. Be quiet. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. So, so to get back to the Marine Complex. So the Marine Complex is about 70 years old. We do have some small amount of funds right now that we're making it habitable for 3 firefighters. And in this case, we feel the importance of having 24-hour fire protection there. Not only will it increase the fire protection of this city by an additional fire truck, but it also allows us to immediately respond to any water rescue incident, not only within our waterways. And again, let me reiterate, we have responsibility for 11 miles of intracoastal and oceanfront water. No one else is going to do this. This is our territory. We've been responding for 30 years to this territory. We have RIB watercraft, we have jet skis, and we have one of the largest dive rescue programs in South Florida. We're going to continue to perpetuate that program. We're going to continue to provide the best equipment possible for our men and women who are out there doing this work every day, trying to save individuals' lives. Because when you look at the risk analysis of this community, water is a big part of this community. So as your fire chief, as your head risk analyzer for public safety on the fire side, it's my job to make sure we're covering every aspect of fire and rescue services, and that includes your waterways. The third part of this fire fee, assessment fee increase is going to go to renovate our fire and logistics fleet building on Congress. This is old Fire Station 2. Now, this is extremely important because right now our fleet facility is overburdened because of the growth of the city. There's not enough room and there's nowhere to go. So by now taking fire fleet and moving it to Old Station 2, we're not only making our fire fleet more stable with identified EVTs, emergency vehicle technicians that are going to work on our apparatus. Eventually, we want to move PD over there as well, so we'll have a public safety fleet complex. But it takes a huge burden off of our fleet right now, and also allows us to make sure we take care of our apparatus, which every year, as you all know, the cost of repairing these the elderly fleet is getting to be more and more costly. And then lastly, one of the items I think that everybody in this room would be very interested in having is that we want to replace our 40-year-old station alerting system. It's an $800,000 item. When people don't understand what a station alerting system is, so when you get a 911 call, a dispatcher will hit a button on a console, and that button, when all of your firefighters are in the station, alerts those firefighters to that call. The new fire station alerting system that we are looking at purchasing will shave as much as 60 seconds off response times. Right now, Boynton Beach Fire Rescue has an average 4-minute and 22-second response time, which you've probably heard me up here on this dais say before is one of the best in the county, if not in the Tri-County area. So you can imagine an additional 60 seconds when you're in that 4 to 6 minute window for oxygen deprivation for any brain issues or any cardiac issues really allows us to, from a statistical standpoint, increase viability of our patients. It allows us to get there quicker, and it allows us to effect those rescues. So these are 4 very, very desperately needed items that we're looking for. You know, there has been comment before. You all in the questioning as well have asked, well, why hasn't this been done before? Well, we can Monday morning quarterback all we want, and we can look at the past and we can blame people from the past, or we can go ahead and we can attack the problem, and we can do what's necessary so that your constituents are served properly. So that's why we think this is so important, and that's why we brought this before you. Well, we're proposing, the current rate right now is $120 per household. We're proposing the rate go to $145 per household. That is a $2.08 per month per household increase. And as I've indicated in my prior presentations, that additional revenue of $1.465 million will be used to pay the debt service, because in order for us to do all these projects, we are going to be taking on some debt, and those fees will pay for the debt to pay the building off and to take care of all the things that we need to do. I think it's important to note, a lot of people might say, well, you know, let's do this next year. Let's do this 2 years from now. Let's do this 3 years from now. But every year that we wait, a $10 million fire station is going to go up considerably in price. You know, we look at budgets from 4 years ago and we question why the city's budget's gone up so much over the last 5 years. Well, all of us just has to look at everything we buy every day, and we realize it isn't just what this city has done to its constituents, it's what every citizen in this United States has had to pay for, which is increases that we really have nothing to do with. But it is our job to make sure that we maintain the safety of our citizens. I think this is a really, really important slide for individuals who are here to look at. If you look at our proposed increase in our fire assessment fee, even with the increase to $145, that makes the city of Boynton Beach and Boynton Beach Fire Rescue the second lowest fire assessment fee in 3 counties. I know here it says 2 counties, but if you want to add Dade County in there, it's 3 counties. Fire assessment fees are not going away. Every single municipality charges fire fees. They either charge a fire assessment fee or they increase their millage to cover the difference. That's what you have. Or you're covered under an MSTU tax rate. And you'll notice at the end, the MSTU tax rate is for individuals who are in unincorporated areas, or if you look at this list, this is a list of every municipality in the county who is part of the MSTU 3.4581 mills. Now, from what I understand, that may be going down a little bit, proposed next year. But if you go back and you look at this slide and you look at the fine print on the right, what every citizen here should understand is that if they were in unincorporated Palm Beach County, they would be paying twice what they're paying for fire rescue services in Boynton Beach. And they are receiving world-class fire rescue services. So I think that's extremely, extremely important for people to understand that these fire assessment fees are something that's very normal, not only throughout this county, but throughout all of South Florida. I do want to address a couple of other small things, and then I'll be open to questions. As part of next year's budget, we, and which you all have heard and passed, is that we are going to be funding some additional resources. Because of the increase in call volume, as you know, we do from time to time have to go into mutual aid, and no one wants to go into mutual aid. We want to be able to service our own community. And so all of you were gracious enough and you understood the need that moving into next year that, you know, we are going to be funding a peak hour rescue. So if you imagine, and that has nothing to do with this fire assessment fee, but I bring it up because I think it's important for your constituency to understand with the changes in the fire assessment fee and the changes we're making in-house, we're adding an additional engine company. And now when we move into next budget year for peak hour, especially when we're training, the majority of the times when we need mutual aid is when we're training. Every fire department in South Florida has to train, and we share mutual aid for this specific reason. So one of the things we're doing is we're making sure that we have that peak hour unit available so that we have 6 rescues on the road and 6 suppression companies with a minuscule, if not equal to the budget. So I'm open to any questions that you may have at this time.
Thank you, Chief. It looks like Commissioner Hayes is already ready to go. Go ahead, Commissioner.
No, just one comment. We've had multiple discussions, Chief, on this, and I do understand it. But I just want you to comment on West Palm Beach being the largest municipality out of 39, and they have the lowest of $100, and we'll be at $145.
Well, the only thing I could say is I'd have to look at their millage rate. You're paying for it somehow. They have 8 fire stations, and they have hazmat units and staffing. Pardon me? Their millage rate is 9. So as I indicated before, you either have a higher fire assessment rate or you have a higher millage rate. You have to pay for fire services. And even if you contracted with a private entity, you're never going to get the services that you're getting, with a municipal fire service. So to answer your question, the difference in West Palm is made up through a higher millage rate.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
All right, thank you. Anyone else in the meantime before public comments? Go ahead, Commissioner.
So this weekend, I had some conversations with some constituents about this, and I think there was confusion by the letter, as you stated earlier. People thought that we were paying $120, and now we're gonna pay $145, and that's not the case. It's $120, and it's proposed, a $25 increase that's being proposed to be $145. So we're not doing $120 and $145, just wanted to put that out there for the record. And then also, questions that residents are asking me, and I think it's for the benefit of the city and the fire department to answer those questions. It's, and I don't want to put you on the spot, but they're asking me like, what happened to the money that they've been paying for the last 30 years, right? And we understand, you know, we're making changes now. Again, don't want to put you on the spot, but I'm just reiterating questions that I got from constituents about, you know, how we've utilized the fire assessment in the past. Are we putting it back into fund balance, or do we know potentially what we've been utilizing it for?
Absolutely, and I understand also from being up at this dais several times on this issue that you know, it's a concern. You know, because I know that this body initially had said, and if you look at the history of the fire assessment fee here, that the idea of creating the fire assessment fee here was to eventually sunset it. And I think that you heard me in my July presentation indicate that it has to become a conversation where it becomes, it's a permanent fee. It can't go away. It has to be a permanent fee. We eventually have to see where, up into a certain point, because we can't cover EMS, we can only cover fire. Eventually, you have to see the fire budget covered by this fee. Because if you don't, and you have an economic downturn, you're gonna be laying off firefighters, and if there's a fire at your house or your mother's house and you don't have adequate resources, someone can die. That's why fire assessment fees were created. But to answer your question in a little bit more, I think, broad nature, right now, the $10 million, or I think the $8 million, $8.5 million that's generated goes towards the fire department budget. It goes towards everything that the fire assessment fee is statutorily allowed to be utilized. That is for personnel, fire-related, equipment, fire trucks, whatever the case may be, we are statutorily allowed to use these funds for the fire department, including training, vehicles, and everything that I outlined to you before. It's the additional $25 that is needed to cover these very needed capital outlay that if we don't pay for, I mean, how else do we fund them? So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Chief. Yes, you always are very good at answering questions.
Thank you.
But just wanted to, I guess, put it out there since there's plenty of residents asking me the same question, and I just wanted to make it clear for the record that there are not two fees, it's just one, and there's a proposed increase of $25. I also wanted to state, as I mentioned at the last meeting where we discussed this for the first time, that I would like to decrease that amount to $20 a year. If the entire commission agrees, it's up to the rest of the board, but I wanted to propose that because we haven't had a change in, you know, multiple years. And, you know, just to be considerate with the residents, I think that it would kind of be a happy medium where, you know, the fire assessment would get a bump to be able to support that new fire station and all the necessary equipment to really make response time faster and safer for the community, but also be it a reasonable amount where residents can feel better about it. So.
Right, and I fully understand, you know, your comment. I would just say that, you know, when we looked at what we needed to ask for, we asked for exactly what we needed. We didn't ask for $30, hoping you were going to come back and say we need $25. It's important for people to realize we're being fiscally responsible. We're being transparent. We're identifying, excuse me, Mayor, can you please address the individuals behind me? They're interrupting me.
Yes, this has happened too many times. We have given the warnings. This is the point. If there are no objections from my colleagues, this is the point where I ask that individual to leave the chamber and please be escorted out by our officer. Are there any objections from my colleagues to do this?
Mayor, if
You're gonna
I may, we can just leave the individuals.
All right,
sit
all
on
right,
the
ladies and
podium,
gentlemen. Okay, we have sufficient objection from my colleagues. But she's leaving anyways. All right. Ma'am, you have been provided numerous warnings, all right? This is about being respectful to our fire chief and our staff, the speaker. You have been provided numerous warnings.
We can let her back in during public comment
Okay.
if she's still around.
Council's recommending, go ahead, council, say it one more time.
I'm sorry, if she does have questions, and there were objections, but she left, maybe I suggest we see if she's still here and let her back in during public comment so she can ask those questions.
All right, well, okay. So we have to strike a balance here, obviously, right? Because we cannot have interruptions to our speakers over and over again and have someone make a mockery of our rules. And we do have objections from my colleagues. I know they have their reasons for doing that, but we have to maintain some order here. Chief, I apologize for all the interruptions for you. That is not fair for anybody. Is there anything else from my colleagues? Yes.
No, just wanted to finish on a positive note.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I was still answering your question unless you would like me to go somewhere else. Okay, so to answer your question, we have identified the items that need to be, infrastructure items that need to be repaired, that need to be restructured, that need to be fixed, that need to be put in proper working order. So any of these items that are cut, and that's completely up to this commission to do whatever it sees fit. But again, as your risk manager, it's my job to tell you that that's fine, you can do that, but at what point in time then are we going to address those items, and how does that item affect the service level of the fire department? And that's something that I think if we maintain public safety as our number one concern, then we need to maintain that. And I think that, again, that's up to you. But at least I put it on the table for you. I'm giving it to you in an honest, open, transparent format of what the needs are and what it costs to fix them. And it's up to you then to make that decision.
All right, was there anything else from my colleagues? Questions for the chief? Because we do need to turn to public comments. Go ahead, Commissioner.
No, I'll just let my position be known. I know I discussed this with you. I understand wholeheartedly what we're trying to do here. I get it. When I campaigned, I heard about this issue, and I was informed about it was supposed to sunset and so on. And, if it was up to me, right, I would have no problem doing this. But I'm not up here for me. I'm up here for my constituency, and my constituency does not want to see an increase in that assessment. And so I'm going to stick to my guns and be a man of my word. And, for me personally, I got no problem paying it. I understand it. But, times are tough. People can't make bills, you know what I mean? People missing car payments, insurance, all sorts of things. And, we see fees add up. We just talked 3 or 4 fees, right? And that stuff adds up. And we only decreased the millage rate by $0.50 mil. So, in good conscience, I can't go against my constituency and vote yes on this. Maybe next year, we can take a look at this. But, again, Chief, I support what you're trying to do here, and I know the importance of it. I just can't in good conscience go against, my constituency. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, everybody. We still have public comments, so if you'd like to speak specifically on the fire assessment fee, now's the time to approach the podium. Again, this is just about the fire assessment fee. Let me switch to the timer. As always, the same rules apply, so state your name for the record whenever you're ready, and let's go back and forth. Sir, just go ahead and begin.
I'm David Merker, live in Southport, former commissioner. This issue to me, by where I live and having served the people of Boynton Beach, is common sense that it should be voted upon for the people. Money is one thing, but your safety and your life is more important than anything. And how anybody, it's minuscule, this amount of money, would question what the fire chief and the fire department is saying is absurd. It's childish, it's stupid, and I'll behave. I can't believe that anyone would question this for the people. I'm not allowed to talk about another subject. right?
No, address your comments to me, sir.
That's it.
All right, that was it. Next person.
Hi, Debbie Manchia, Boynton Beach. I actually have a question for the fire chief. Basically, there are a lot of volunteer fire departments not in this area, obviously. They do not have assessment fees. They do fundraising, lots of it. And they're able to buy quite expensive fire trucks, redo their firehouses and so forth. They could be paid, they're paid fire people to go out and fundraise as well and do functions for the town, the community, get the kids involved, get more people involved. I think a lot more fundraising, they could ask for donations. There are a lot of things that they can do to offset some of this extra expense that's being put on the constituents. My ex-husband was a firefighter for 45 years, fire rescue and volunteer ambulance corps. So there are ways that they can do it. I'm not sure what the policies are as far as volunteer versus paid, but I think that there are things that can be worked out, that they can get the money to get firehouses, fire trucks, or anything they need voluntarily without having to put it on the constituents. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any comments or questions for the fire chief? The fire chief is in the back of the room, so feel free to ask him directly. Next person, give me 1 second. 1 second. All right, now you may begin. State your name for the record.
I'm Christy Momont. I'm from Boynton Beach, actually right here in the Forest Park area. My husband and I are on fixed budgets, as a lot of these residents here. And I am one for her to say, why can't they do fundraising like they used to do? Why can't they do different recreational things that to have the residents come out and see these chiefs and see these fire officers or whatever you want to call them, and see that what they're doing. Let them show us what they're doing, and then we do the donations, we do get them to do the funding and stuff like that without having to take it off. Because that's all I've been hearing since I've been here. We're raising this, we're raising this, we're raising this, we're raising this. How much more do you think you can raise out of us without us having to live on the streets? Because we don't have the money that a lot of these rich people coming into this county and paying for, and we are still here, and you people are just raising it every time you get a chance. Those people can pay it, but we can't, because we're on a fixed budget. Most of us are senior citizens, and we can't pay all of this stuff that we've been doing. What are we supposed to do, lie out in the streets? I mean, because that's what's going to be happening, is all these senior citizens you're going to find laying out in front of their houses because they have no water, no electricity, and nothing else for them to take care of. All they're going to be able to do is sit out on the streets and maybe eat their peanut butter and jelly sandwiches they've got because they've had to pay everything else that everybody else wants. I think that I agreed with her with doing the fundraisings and getting us to know all these firemen and the departments. That way we can see what they're doing instead of them just telling us what they want us to do. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next public comment speaker.
Cindy Falco di Corrado. So we do have Coast Guards, right? Isn't that their job to take care of the waterways? Isn't that their job? I sit out here sometimes and I watch the waterway of the Boynton Beach Inlet. I see boats with the Coast Guards on them, and they're just like having a good day boating. I watch and see, and they come back. There's like no situations that are transpiring, and they're having like a really good day. I'm like, gee, I'm sure I'd like to have a boat just to go travel around under the guise of being, a government official. I did want to also bring up, again, I have only seen these vehicles, I should call them toys, when we have our fairs. I see ATVs, I think they're called. I see little golf carts with the fire department. I never see them using those for any rescue. These are toys. And it's ridiculous to see how much money is being wasted from this fire department so they keep their boys happy in their toys. It's disgusting. And I'm sure you've seen them sitting out there during the music and the different things, all these little toys. I'm like, gee, the fire department got another toy. Listen, we the people have to live and survive. I don't know if you've gotten your tax bill, but what is my $1,000 for taxes for the municipality? Aren't they included in that? Why are we being assessed? I don't live in an HOA. Why am I being assessed all the time and having these things put on my bill? This is criminal. This is really attacking we the people. I work hard. My husband works hard. The people in this room work hard. And we can't even put decent food on our tables because if you notice, steaks or even a hamburger just to get a small package has tripled. You've got to start thinking about the people. You have been voted in. You need to watch our dollars. You need to pay attention to what's being pissed away for people to have their toys. Because that's what they are, they're toys. And you've seen those mobiles. You've seen the ATVs, little things. You've seen all their little toys. They don't need any more toys. The Coast Guard covers the water. It's not their jurisdiction. It's got to stop, and it's got to stop now. Thank you.
All right, next speaker, either side of the room.
Thank you. Susan Oyer, Boynton Beach. So I'm going to start out with saying I'm for this, but I do have questions for the chief. So let's see. First of all, will the building at Harvey Oyer Park or whatever they're doing and renovating, is that where the Internal Affairs Department is, or is that over at the Intracoastal Park Clubhouse? Because will that hold everything? I'm trying to figure out how you're going to put all these people and all this equipment in a park that is set aside to be for people to use and boat in. Or did I completely misunderstand the screen? You're shaking your head. Yes, I misunderstood the screen. Okay, then I'll move on. Thank you for catching my mistake. So are they going to the Intracoastal Park Clubhouse then? Is that where they're housing all these people? The fire department and internal investigations?
Can I just pause
you
you for one moment?
don't have to answer that because I know
Let me
this
just
is not
pause your time.
Q&A.
I just want to recommend, if you all have questions, the fire chief is in the back and he can give you a more direct answer.
No, I know, but it's appropriate to ask them in public because they could be someone else's questions too. So if these things are going into those assorted buildings are already being used for art classes and for kids. So are those kids being bounced, and where are they going? Where are those art classes going and all the weekend things going? So I just want to bring that up. And what are we doing to house or store all these, as Cindy says, toys? I would tend to say craft for the water. How are they being stored so that they're not in the way of all the boaters coming in and out? Are they going to have their own little section of the docks? Are they stored out of the water? You know, how long does it take to get them in the water during an emergency? So I think I'm trying to ask some practical questions that I think maybe other people might have as well. And I will remind everyone, if you think you truly do not have the money to pay this fee, there are, fire assessment exemption forms that you can fill out so you don't have to pay it if you are truly in that position. And I don't think anyone necessarily said that before, and I just want to remind everyone that is an option if you are in that position. But I am for this, so please vote yes. Even though you're my commissioner, I understand why you're not, because the majority of the people in the community probably don't. But I understand it because I've lived here too, and I've always understood why we have this fee. And it's one of the few things I can live with without fighting about. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker. Begin when you're ready and state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Schneider. I have been living in Boynton for nearly 30 years.
Excuse me, sir. Can you just check the mic is on? Is it on?
Can you hear me?
Green? Yes, go ahead.
All right, I said my name is Schneider, and I've been living here in Boynton for nearly 30 years. And this is my first time being in one of those meetings. And you guys get to vote, on certain things I put in front of you. Great. I mean, I've heard a lot of stuff here today, and most of them sound good. And everyone just saying it's maybe $1 or $2, nothing major. But you guys get to vote on this, and a lot of people can't afford certain things, even though it might seem like, well, it's $1 a month or a couple dollars a year. But I work in the automotive industry, and I get a chance to see a lot of people, see what they make. And I might be working with one of you guys one day, or maybe someone else that actually can't really afford to pay certain things. And a lot of the time I see people, what they're making, it's like how do you really live? So when you guys are voting yes to certain things, be mindful. I mean, I understand what some of you guys probably making. That's nothing for you guys to do, but a lot of people here can't really afford that. I mean, even though it might seem small, where it's only a couple dollars, but when you're voting yes, I mean, I'm glad this gentleman say, to him it's nothing, but he has a job to the people that put him in place to look out for them. So I'm not complaining about anything that I've heard today. Sounds great, but just be mindful when you guys are voting that some people truly cannot afford it. That's all.
All right, thank you. Next speaker. Again, this is about the fire assessment fee. Begin when you're ready and state your name for the record.
Good evening. My name is Trinetta, and I wanted to echo his sentiments as a resident here in Boynton Beach. It does seem like, small assessment fees here and there. I'm a resident. I've been here for a very long time in my own home for about 8 years now. And these assessments really do matter. Every little bit does count, and it adds up. I work 2 jobs, and the other night when it was raining, I had to thank God for actually having a roof over my head, because it is the biggest bill that you're going to pay, that the constituents are going to pay. And sometimes it's hard. I heard someone say that assessment fee was absurd. Maybe it's absurd for that particular person, but all of us are trying to recuperate since COVID. And some of us are still doing our absolute best to make it and make sure everything is paid and paid on time, and, not having to, take out loans or anything like that. So I wanted to echo his sentiments. Just please keep it in mind that some people, although it is $2.08, I thought he said, per month, as these fees are assessed, they do add up, they do count, and it can be difficult for some of us out here. Wanted to just say that. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the chambers? I see no one else approaching the podium. Let me look online. And I see no one online. With that, public comment on this item is now closed. We've heard from the chief, we've heard from the public. Let's hear from my colleagues because we're ready to move forward. Vice Mayor, your hand is up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. As Ms. Hoyer brought up during public comment, it was something that I was going to bring up as well, is to just, there is an exemption. It is used, there's a certain criteria, there's an application that can be filled out. We understand that there are residents in our city who struggle, and so we have established that exemption for that purpose and for those residents that are, that are on fixed income and are struggling. And so I just wanted to remind everyone, and that application is on our website and it's easily accessible. It's also something that I believe can be picked up at City Hall as well for those who don't have online access. So I wanted to make that point, clear. This is something that, also as a reminder to my colleagues, this is something that obviously renews every year. So it's something that we can evaluate and make sure that, for me, that this is something that I can look to the chief and know that he's doing what he promised me that he was going to do, and the residents in particular. Fire Station 3 is in District 4, and not only do our residents deserve a fire station that can meet the needs of the residents, but also the men and women who work in that station. We have been putting Band-Aids on that station for a long time. And, just like the chief had said, we can, we're not gonna, Monday quarterback this, but, there were financial decisions that were made in the past that this money was not allocated towards that purpose. But it's time to move forward. And it's not gonna go away. It's not gonna get cheaper to build a fire station the further down the road that we get. And so, so I understand, Commissioner Turkin's position, but, this is something that, this is important to our residents, and although, we have talked about keeping, lowering the millage rate, keeping rates down, not increasing utilities, this is something that truly is important to keep the fire department moving in the right direction. So those are my comments with regard to this item.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Anything else from my colleagues? All right. Commissioner Cruz, was that a hand up?
Yeah, I'm struggling right now, Chief, I'm gonna be honest with you, because I had conversations over the weekend and on the holiday, and the feedback that I got from multiple of my constituents is that, they don't want the increase, and I'm here to represent them. At the same time, I completely, wholeheartedly understand and support the fact that we do need a fire station in District 4, and we've been needing that for a really long time. If we can get to some sort of an agreement where I could justify to my constituents who I've had conversations with, 145 is not a number that they can do, and I understand if the rest of the board wants to go that way, and if that's the case, that's okay. But then in that case, I can't support it. I would be willing to support up to $20 and no more than that. And because when I went to Hunter's Run, we had a presentation, and I thank you for coming with me as well and having that discussion. $20 a year, it's only about $1.88 a month. Multiple of my constituents are 55 plus, and many of my constituents are seniors living on fixed incomes. I understand some of them will be able to qualify for the exemption, but the exemption is not only based on age, it's also based on income. So yes, for the people that need it the most, it's good that we do have that exemption. And if this does pass, I would like to request that, I go to my communities, for example, Leisureville, it's a 55 plus community. And not only do we talk about it and educate the public, but also come with, if not one or multiple staff members to be able to help people apply to the exemption so that we can be there for our constituents and make sure that they're able to apply on the spot and not just say here, here's the website where you could do it, but actually we go to them and we help them in the process. And that would be a way where I'm trying to find a happy medium where I can, it's palatable for my constituents, and we're covering our seniors and low-income seniors at that same time. So that's kind of where I'm at. I'll hear from the rest of my colleagues on where you'll stand on this so we can kind of move forward and close up.
All right, thank you. Final comments from anyone else? Yes, Commissioner Hay, and then we'll move forward.
Yes, my position is this. Over the years that I've been here, since 2007, and we prioritize our wish list, at the top of the list is safety. It has been that with this commission. It has been that with previous commissions. And I think that's important, especially with the guy that lived right behind me. His name is Jason. I heard him say that if they'd gotten there maybe a minute earlier, maybe his total house wouldn't have burned down. When it hits your house, that's when it really counts. You would wish that every second was available to you to save a life. I heard the chief say that this could come pretty close to a minute of shaving off the response time. I think that's fantastic, okay? And for $2.08 more a month, I support that, because I see many of us buying sodas and candy bars and everything that's costs a lot more than that. And you want Boynton Beach, which is the third largest municipality out of the 39 in Palm Beach County. to be self-service, which means we pay for our own service. Therefore, we have a voice when it doesn't work right. We can say something. When we go outside of that, we have no say-so. And so for me, I've heard both ways, but a lot of my constituents tell me that even though, you know, it's a little bit here and a little bit there, for what the package contained and for the return on that kind of an investment of $2.08 a month more, to have that type of return on my investment is worth it. So I just say to those of you who are thinking about it, yes, I want to support my constituents, but a lot of them are saying, you know, let's just be real. We waste that for nothing, Holly. So make a long story short, I am for the assessment at the $25, not the 20, okay, at the $2.08. And that's where I am, and I will be voting for it because I see the benefits across the board. Thank you.
Thank you. My final comments, then we'll move forward. When it comes to life and safety services, never will I ever compromise on an opportunity to maintain and improve those services. It is just not worth it. And my heart also goes out to those who are struggling financially. We do have exemption forms. There's a way to process that. Vice Mayor has already mentioned that. Thank you so much, Commissioner, as well. But my heart also goes out to those individuals who are affected. And what you don't ever want to hear as an elected official is a family crying because our services did not get there fast enough. So I don't need to belabor all the comments that have already been said, but that is not one thing that I am willing to compromise. For $2.08 a month, the return on investment is absolutely worth it. And furthermore, I will not allow, and I have been uncomfortable with having our firefighters stay in a fire station that has been dilapidated, and there have been reports of, pieces that have water damage and that are just old and really needs to be replaced. I think maybe at one point I heard there was some growth that needed to be removed. Whatever the case may be, they work so hard for us. We don't need to keep them in those conditions. This is something that for the money that we invest will return multiple rounds of dividends for families. And the last thing you want to hear is that you have to be one of those families that have to see these vehicles and personnel. You do not want to see them, because if you do, that means you're having an emergency in your life. So I support this without question. And listen, it's not that I want to raise fees. I don't want that. But when push comes to shove, and if you have to make a tough decision, we have to do it, right? We have to save people's lives and ensure our services are up to par. Again, if you are having financial struggles, we do have ways to process that so you can be exempt, right? It is not a lack of compassion. These mechanisms are in place. So the fire chief is in the back, so please make sure you speak with him. Thank you so much. All right, anything else with that? May I have a motion to approve? Is there one for?
Motion to approve proposed resolution number R24-192.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Hay. We have a second from Vice Mayor Kelly. Let me turn to our city clerk for the roll call vote.
Commissioner Hay?
Yes.
Commissioner Turkin?
No.
Commissioner Cruz?
No.
Vice Mayor Kelly?
Yes.
Mayor Penserga?
Yes.
In a roll call vote, the motion passed 3-2 with Commissioner Turkin and Commissioner Cruz dissenting.
That's right. Thank you so much, everybody. We're going to move on. Chief, thank you for your presentation and to your hard work, including to all of the staff that support you. All right, thank you. Let's take a moment. I know several individuals are about to leave, so let's just take a moment. All right, the next portion of the agenda is public audience. This is the time to be heard on any item under consent or non-agenda items. Same rules apply, 3 minutes per person. Address me, the chair, the commission as a whole, as a body, All right, please approach the podium, state your name for the record whenever you're ready.
Hi, my name is Melissa Hagens. I'm at 2240 Northwest 2nd Street. I was here, I think, last week about the pole being in front of my house. Me and Mr. Mack, apparently, we keep missing one another. So if he's here, he can just text me on what he can do about that pole. You know, I'm assuming, now this is just an assumption, that everybody here is for endangered species. I'm gonna tell you, I feel like one. They're widening Gateway Bridge. I live right there. All the fumes, they have cut down one of the biggest ficus, which I'm glad is gone. It's over across the street, but we need those trees. I need something to clean the air. I don't go to the waters all the time. I've seen a lot of people here for the waters, but I would like to sit on my porch without getting sick. I don't know what that pole consists of or what it's about. I see it devalued my property. From that paper, it said it devalued it. So I'm hoping my taxes go down. And I really was hoping, I asked when they was talking about widening the bridge, that they was gonna buy us out. And of course, I wanted, the people that was in trailers got $1 million for the waters. I wanted my $1 million. But I'm hoping that you guys, someone help us on this end, because I mean, I hear about the waters, everything is going up. I hear everything is going up. Believe me, I didn't make a comment on the fire because we do need that. But we also need them to be able to turn around at the end of the street and not, you know, they use, just like I said last time, they use my property and I don't stop them. I have cracks. Nope. I have to pay for that. I have to replace my driveways when they get cracked. They're not the only ones. I hope you guys need to put a dead end sign back up at the beginning of the street. It was once there. It was there once before. When I moved into the neighborhood, I asked them to put one. They did put one. I don't know where it went, but they need one. Buses, everything comes down that way. Construction, you know, everybody. And they usually, if you're not home, they're going to use your driveway. So I'm asking you guys to help me. Before they were saying they was going to put up trees. I don't need, the last mayor was talking about putting a sidewalk. He don't need to put a sidewalk down on my end. I don't need, people destroy your property also. So they had once put a fence up there. They cut it down. Unfortunately, I didn't have the cameras. Now I have the cameras, and the police know I give it to them.
All right.
Excuse me, 1 minute.
Yes,
Mayor?
yes, let me just stop the time. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Would you give me your address again?
2240
2240
Northwest 2nd Street.
Northwest 2nd. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you. Let's go back and forth, or whoever's ready, somebody just go. All right.
Christy Momont, Boynton Beach, right over in the Forest Park. Actually, our deed says Sierra Heights, and that sounds a little bit more ritzy. But I have two issues. One of them is the police. I travel from Lake Worth to Boynton Beach every day. I get to Congress Avenue and Old Boynton, and there's supposed to be just a turning lane. It's not a turning lane. These people go straight. And if somebody is going across Congress to go into where Jay's Deli, Jason's Deli, or whatever it is, yeah, 2 J's, they're going to get hit. I mean, because these are going straight instead of turning like they're supposed to. They are speeding over. They're not just riding over it, they're speeding over it. They're going 40 and 50 miles an hour. I know, because I go 35 on that street, and they're passing me like I'm standing still. I have asked to have the police out there to use their guns to see how fast they're going, to make sure that they're turning right and not going straight, so these others that are going to have to turn after they get off of past Congress, they can turn. That's one of my issues. is because they are just speeding past everywhere. The other issue is the cars in Forest Park neighborhood. It looks like some of my neighbors have a party every damn night. Excuse me, I'm sorry. But they have got so many cars out there, it's like a parking lot. And they're not parking on the swells, they're parking out in the street, and we don't have enough room for parking out on the street. We barely have enough room for a car to go through there, much less, you know, one standing on the side of the street. And they don't move, they keep their lights on, they do, you know, it's horrible. I don't know who's supposed to be going in that area and who's supposed to be checking on whatever we're supposed to do and what we're not supposed to do, but they're not doing their job apparently, because the cars are still out there and we cannot move to go around this neighborhood like we're supposed to. I would like to see somebody go out there and let them know that 5 cars in your driveway don't need to be there. 5 cars in your driveway is not fitting, so you're parking out on the street. So somebody else can either have to go way around you, or either they're going to hit you because they can't see you. So it's going to be one or the other. I mean, you know, I'm just a country girl. I'm in a little city, but I know what I'm talking about. I never had this problem before, and I've been in this
All right, thank
for
you so
14
much.
years.
All right, thank you. Hopefully our staff will be reaching out to you. Let's make sure you leave your contact information with them. All right, Ms. Oyer.
Susan Oyer, Boynton Beach. Well, I've brought those same 2 comments up repeatedly. It's gotten me nowhere, so good luck to you getting it resolved. First of all, I'd like to say congratulations to the East Boynton Little League. Congratulations to them. That was special. I'm talking several things today. Sorry, I'm going quick. I want to point out that if you saw today's Palm Beach Post, James Gaddis, I think that's his name, should be your new hero, because he's the whistleblower that brought out everything on the state parks. And since we now have problems at our county level parks with them trying to steal our land, and our city with our parks, let me say that the people own these parks, whether they're city, county, or state. So when it's time to put something in, make changes, you know, build condos, restaurants, whatever's coming up, you know, maybe it needs to go to a referendum because it belongs to us. It doesn't belong to the cities. It doesn't belong to the commissions. It belongs to we the people. And that goes for the city, county, and state parks that are all currently endangered. I think it's time for us to look at the LDRs, as Barbara keeps bringing up, and look at what's going to happen to our parks. We need to protect our parks, not just for now, but for the future. We don't have nearly enough park space, and be the commission that does the right thing and protects our parks. And let this city be the example to the county and the state that are dropping the ball. But again, thank you, James Gaddis, who's my new hero today. I want to point out that in doing some campaigning and door knocking for the last 2 weeks, I've been talking to people, and it turns out code enforcement is coming after people with carports. And they are citing people who have stuff in their carports, because let's face it, we all have stuff that we need to have, whether it's a box or it's, you know, your scuba gear, whatever it is. And they're actually going and citing people for having stuff in their carport, because they're telling people, oh, the only thing that should be in your carport is your car. So I think it's time for you all to add that to your list of things that need to be discussed. And as far as people were commenting about the use of water during the utilities presentation, there's lots of ways to use less water, and I think one of them is one of the things that you, Commissioner Turkin, are going to be bringing up soon, and we really need to be examining that. If we're now lowering the amount of minimum water that you can have for a certain price, then we need to expand options for people, and your yard should look like my yard, where I use very, very, very little water, and I'm forced to pay the minimum, and I probably use half the water that everyone else does. And I would also say every person in the house doesn't need to take 2 to 5 showers every single day either. So that's part of our problem too. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Cindy Falco Di Corrado. I first like to say I did put a FOIA in to get the inside film of my physical attack from that police officer who rudely and lifely told a story that I was at the podium when he attacked me, and I asked for all the inside video. I sent FOIAs out several times. I still have not gotten the video from inside this room from March the 5th. As you witnessed when I read you the incident report, you see those 2 officers that lied on that report, and I don't know if there's been any kind of resolve. That lets me know that the police officers in this community are liars. Also, talking about the fire chiefs in the fire department, that's a fear factor that you used, one of you up there on the dais, and that's not right, because what really the fire tax is, fire assessment is a tax, just like the utilities bill here, which I have. By the way, I think we should get an outside company to do our pickup. I see mine's gone up to $200 in assessment being charged for garbage pickup. So I think we could do better. I think maybe we need to have an outside company get some bids and see how much it would cost to lower this assessment fee. Again, it's a tax. And as you all know, taxes are voluntary. But because you sit there and put these things upon we the people, people think they need to pay for it because they don't know the proper forms from the federal government to fill out because the federal government doesn't want to issue them. But taxes are voluntary. I have another question in regards to the utilities in which they gave a big presentation. How much goes towards the sewage, and how do you prove that it's going into the gutter for these new assessments that they're charging with the water company, with the presentation we watched today? You hear me talk on lots of things because these things concern the people. And as someone just stated, your property is your property. No one has the right to tell you what to do on your property. Now, if you live in an HOA, you sign a document that says you're going to abide by their rules. But if you don't live in an HOA, you have no right sending code enforcement out to anybody's home. That is their private property, and there should be no trespassing, and nobody should say a word, except for like if there's things that are criminal activity or things that are going to cause harm to those in the neighborhood. Private property means private property. Respect that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, I see someone else is approaching the podium. Good evening, Gabby.
Good evening, Gabrielle Favita, Events
Oh, I'm
Director.
sorry.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Gabrielle Favita, Events Director. I did want to take a quick minute to add that FPL will be sponsoring a free breakfast provided by Boynton Diner following the 9/11 ceremony next Wednesday, September 11th. Ceremony starts at 8, as it was announced earlier. The breakfast will be following the ceremony. It was finalized after it was added to the agenda, but I did want to give the thanks to FPL for their continued partnership with the city.
Gabby, that's very nice. Thank you so much. All right, let me turn to those online. And I see no one online. With that, public audience is now closed. We're going to move on to the administrative portion of the agenda. The first item here is community support funds, and we have requests from Vice Mayor Kelly, Commissioner Turkin, and Commissioner Hay. Are there any questions or comments? Nothing? No. I'll entertain a motion to approve these requests.
So move.
All right, and just to be clear, Commissioner, it's for all of the items? That's the
Yes,
motion?
motion to approve all
Okay.
the community support
All
fund
right, all those in
requests.
favor of the motion to approve all of the requests, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion passes unanimously. 5B, discussion regarding changing the date of the first commission meeting in November due to the national election. I have no objection. City Manager Duggar, if you want to say a few words.
It's up to the body. We can either choose to combine the meeting, cancel it all together, or you can choose to reschedule it. We'll just want some, some available dates from the commission.
I have no objections either way. I'm comfortable with either one.
I think in our workshop, we discussed Monday.
Right,
Yeah.
Monday the
Yeah,
4th.
I'm okay
we
with
did.
that.
We did talk about it.
Okay, so Monday?
Yeah.
Monday the 4th.
Yeah, it's going to be the 4th.
So November. The day before Election Day.
No, they didn't.
What date are we talking
They-
here?
They did mention the
November
6th,
4th.
but then we had,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think in the agenda workshop,
I
Commissioner Hay
think
mentioned.
Commissioner Hay had a conflict on the
Yeah,
6th.
that's good.
So we went
Yeah,
with the
okay.
4th.
Wednesday we couldn't do, right?
Right.
Right, so Monday.
Right.
I'm good with Monday.
Monday the 4th.
Good with me.
All right.
Okay.
Council, do we need a formal motion on this, setting it to the 4th? Sounds like we're all in agreement.
I don't believe so. I think a discussion item is
Yeah.
fine.
All right, thank you so much. Consent agenda, moving on to consent. Are there any items you'd like to pull from consent? Any requests from my colleagues? None from you? Anybody on the right? So with no items being pulled, may I have a motion to approve the entirety of consent agenda?
So move.
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Turkin. I don't know who was second, Commissioner Hay. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We're going to move on to consent bids and purchases over 100K. Are there any items that you'd like to pull? Any requests? Hearing none, may I have a motion to approve consent bids and purchases over 100K?
Motion to approve.
Motion came from Vice Mayor and a second from Commissioner Turkin. All those in favor of approving consent bids and purchases over 100K, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Anyone opposed? Motion passes unanimously. That moves us to regular agenda 10A. This is proposed ordinance number 24-012. It is a first reading. Mealy, Council, do you want to begin?
I do have Ms. Ryan here again, just in case there were any follow-up questions following the agenda review.
Yes. Thank you so much.
So I just
Ms.
wanted to
Ryan.
make sure.
Actually, this item was previously tabled, so for us to continue, may I have a motion to remove from the table?
So moved.
We have a motion from Vice Mayor. Is there a second to remove from the table from Commissioner Hay?
Just a question.
Okay, so the motion now is just
We have
remove
to
from the
just move
table.
it from the table.
Yeah, no, I just have a question. If Commissioner Hay was the one who tabled it, does he have to be the same person to remove from the table,
I
or no?
don't think so. No.
No.
No?
No.
Okay.
All right. Are we sure, Council? We're sure? Okay, all right, thank you. That's what I thought. All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of removing this item from the table, say aye.
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 Aye, all right. Motion passes unanimously. So this item is now before us. Can we get an introduction, really brief? Who would like to do that? Would you like to first read the item? Okay, go ahead, Mealy.
Proposed ordinance number 24-012, first reading, an ordinance of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending Part 2, Chapter 2, Administration, Article 2, City Manager, Section 2-30, Powers and Duties Generally, by creating a new subsection K, authorizing the city manager to execute certain contracts on behalf of the city, providing for codification, severability, conflicts, and effective date.
Thank you so much, Mealy. Council, did you have anything further to add? I know this item has been before this board a number of times. Just want to make sure there's nothing else from council to add. Anything? Any changes? Anything like that?
No, but again, if there's any other questions
Okay, Ms.
by
Ryan is
the
also
board.
here.
Correct.
All right. Anyone from the board want to call up Ms. Ryan, or are we good?
Just one question
Go
here
ahead.
for Ms. Ryan or
Yeah.
Shauna. So with this in front of us, does this give the mayor or any individual any possibility for procurement to go out for bids or anything without commission approval? Because I'm seeing some stuff on social media going around. Unfortunately, there's people saying that the city manager wants to develop the parks, blah, 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 blah. And I'm just sick of this misinformation, so I want to make sure that it's on the record and that this defamatory and slander, can finally stop.
To clarify, there are projects that come forward under bids and approvals, but again, a bid and an approval is relating, it has a $50,000 per year threshold. Now, there is construction projects over $200,000, but to make any changes to city property, correct, it would need commission approval. Additionally, any changes to any of the city parks is also going to have to go through a land development change because it's not zoned for that. That would also come before the commission, so that is not possible.
Okay, so no. The answer is whether it's whoever is authorized with that signature authority cannot make any changes to public or city-owned property without going to
That's
the
correct.
commission first.
And just for clarification, with regard to all of the things that are allowed have no expenditure by the city except for what has already been authorized through the procurement policy, which is very specific as to, expending city funds of $50,000 per year.
And then I saw an email the other day about like an emergency grant that needed to be signed. Can I get some information on that?
I'm sorry, I misspoke. Let me clarify. I was thinking I just misspoke, so I didn't hear your last question, but let me clarify.
That's fine, go ahead.
It's not 50,000 per year, it's 50,000 total. So if you go into a 5-year contract, the maximum expenditure can be up to $50,000. So just to clarify.
For those
because-
5 years?
Correct. So it's not 50,000 per year. It would have to be increments of $10,000 because anything over that has to come to commission. Now, I'm sorry, your question, I didn't hear you.
Gosh, what was
The
my?
email about the.
Yes, there was an email
yeah.
about an emergency grant that needed to be signed, I think about a week or two ago.
We were able to get it signed.
We
but
got it signed.
It did come down, we had to scramble a little bit, so.
Right. And so I
correct.
think one thing we need to look at when we discuss this, in general, is looking at like e-signature, what we can do to maybe make things more efficient. So any individual doesn't have to run down and sign something. I think that's an opportunity, and
Well, generally, when the way grants have come forward is you guys approve the grant, and then at that time, you designate the city manager to execute any additional documents as needed upon the approval of the city attorney. So that doesn't have to come back each time because of so that's something that's pretty much already done. And this just clarifies that he can sign those documents if already agreed to by the commission because you guys approved the grants.
yeah, my position on this is I don't think it matters who signs what. I think the most important thing is that we're being operationally efficient, and we sign, and that we instill some type of fail-safe. So if whoever the designated individual is to sign is not available, that there's a mechanism so that someone else can sign and approve. That is my only worry. That is my only concern. I don't care who signs what. I care that it gets signed and that we don't put the city at risk of liability for parking agreements or any other agreements, and that we don't lose opportunity on grant funding for, whatever reason. So that's my position is, creating a mechanism so the taxpayers and residents don't suffer from an operational failure, whether that's one individual signing, a backup, a third, a fourth, whatever the case may be. I think that's responsible, it's practical, and it's it's what we owe to the taxpayers and residents to operate at a very standard function and standard level. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Turkin. I've had discussions with our legal staff regarding e-signatures. I think other cities have done that, so I support that. Wherever we can do that, we should be doing that. Having redundancies is a good thing, so I support those comments as well. This is my first time hearing about some emergency grant or some, so if there is something that needs to be signed, I don't really know anything about this, but usually what happens is the city attorney, being that all these documents go for legal review, notifies me. I have not been, what is this emergency grant that people had to, what is that about?
Unfortunately, I think it just might have been when you were at the training in Harvard, so you were out of town.
Yes, but during that time, I must have signed digitally about 15 different items, and no one told me that, no one said anything, that, we couldn't digitally sign it.
Unfortunately,
And why was that not
didn't
mentioned?
come from my office. Remember, that was prior to when we changed the procedures, so I don't know how that came to be.
So, yeah, so this is like my concern because there is something that's happening where I'm not being notified of whatever this emergency grant is, and all somebody has to do is shoot me a text or an email, right?
I think-
During that time, I had signed numerous documents.
Sure. I think once we changed the process where it comes through my office for signature, it's been a lot more efficient. And there's a point person, so, departments know they can come to me and then we coordinate the signing. It's been more efficient, but all of that took place after all of that. So I think we've fixed that process.
So the process is not my concern at this particular instance. It is the fact that I simply wasn't notified. I don't even know what he was talking about. And if there was such a thing, why wasn't I notified when I came back?
I think you ultimately did sign it, Mayor. So once
Oh,
you
so
were
it was
back.
handled.
Correct.
So, okay, I've never, okay,
yeah.
so what is this emergency thing? Because the implication here is that these documents are coming about and they're not getting signed by me. And all someone has to do is just say something, right? And so, for example, today you texted me, there are some checks I need to sign. It's very urgent. So I was notified today and had to be signed today. And we have a system of communicating and it works, right? So that is just my confusion. There's been a lot of allegations and suggestions, and just communicate what these are.
Yeah, there's no implication.
And I'm not saying you are. I'm not saying you are, Commissioner, but I have heard. No. I've heard other people. I have even heard from the community that there was supposedly something I didn't sign and it had to be renegotiated. if that was true, renegotiated contracts would come back before this commission.
Right.
So I'm just wondering where this is coming from. All somebody has to do is say something, and something's not right, what's going on here. I have since learned what was the story behind that, and it was so they didn't have to throw one of our personnel under the bus, which I have no intention of doing so. But it makes me look bad when it was actually someone else. So I'm getting a little worked up. I apologize. I pride
Normal for you.
myself on not getting worked up. It might be just because I've had a long day and I am tired. But we need to put this to an end because it's very simple. Just say something. Just text, email. Anyways, let's keep moving forward. Commissioner Cruz, you had your hand up, and I'll make more comments as necessary.
Thank you for that. I wasn't aware about any, I've been hearing multiple times, again, about grants not being signed, and that's something that has been brought up before. I mean, I don't sign anything, so it's not really of my concern, per se, but it's not really fair to blame someone for not being here if I'm just finding out now that wasn't being communicated. So just for the record, because the way that the last meeting went kind of made it appear that you were an absent mayor and you're not. So I just want to put it on the record, like, if there's something to be signed, as you stated, like a few minutes ago, if there's something that has to be signed, then send an email, put it in writing, and if you're not able to do it, reply, and then maybe the vice mayor can sign, worst case scenario. But, again, in writing, nothing gets lost, and in writing, you have a record to show that you were notified, or if it's not in writing, then you were not notified, and that way everybody's safe, and there's a clear guidelines as to how to handle things.
How easy was that?
Yeah, I agree. To my point, if one individual can't sign it, we need a mechanism so someone else can. What a concept. And that's all I'm asking for, is to create a mechanism so that, we're all human. We're busy. We have lives outside of here. We work full-time jobs. The pressure shouldn't be on one individual, So I think if the mayor or the commissioner or the vice mayor's not there, or they're busy, or they're out of town, we cannot stop city business or city functioning.
As long as it's not able to be
Can I finish?
signed.
Well, Commissioner
Sorry.
Cruz, we don't interrupt each
I
other.
don't interrupt you.
Yeah, go ahead, finish.
Thank you, Commissioner. We shouldn't stop city business in order to wait. I think that there's a healthy balance here. There's a happy median to where we can continue to function as a city if someone's away, if someone's living their life, you know what I mean? That pressure shouldn't be on one person. And organizationally, it's a failure if only one person is allowed to sign. There needs to be a backup. That's my perspective, and then again, not one person, you can't blame anybody, when you hold everyone accountable, you can't blame one individual. There's none of that chatter, none of the gossip that you're talking about, Mayor, that can actually happen because you've created a legal mechanism to eliminate that. And you've created a legal mechanism to essentially allow the city to function and not rely on one individual, right? We've been pretty vocal that, all the monetary, issues and agreements come before us first. And so I think that, I don't know if the city manages to do that. Maybe it's the vice mayor, and then if the vice mayor can't do it, another commissioner, any commissioner, who cares? I think the point here is making sure that the city still functions, still operates. We owe that to our taxpayers and residents.
Thank you. Commissioner, before I get to you, let me just also say that one of the arguments that was previously made was that there are some documents that are so time sensitive that it needs to be signed right away. Let's take a look at this ordinance, and what are the 9 items here that they want authority over? Okay, let's look at the 9 items if it's really so time sensitive. Item 1, corporate and media sponsorships of city programs and events. Tell me how time sensitive that is. Parks and Recreation, adopt a park or adopt a road agreements and special event permits. What is happening, okay? Public art loan and display agreements involving no expenditure of city. Okay, tell me this times, why does this need to be signed today?
Let me-
I'll let you explain, that's fine. I am just trying to make the point that, let's take another example. When we talked about the temporary parking agreements, the argument was made last meeting, I listened to it. I heard the agreement and I understood. Sometimes the other party can make last-minute changes. I understand. But have we not had large events for many years? Do we not know when the Christmas parade is coming? Do we not know when Pirates Fest is happening? People should be organizing these agreements in advance as much as possible. And if there's a problem, where was it 2 or 3 years ago? 4 or 5 years ago? We've had these events over and over again. So I just want to squash the idea that there are some truly time-sensitive agreements here. Volunteer agreements, that's item 6 on the ordinance. What is that about? Volunteer agreements needs to be signed today. Can't find the mayor. Volunteer agreements. So, I just want to clarify these things because it's not necessarily that I'm opposed to the language, but some of the arguments I heard were just ridiculous. Okay, so we can disagree, but to me, we've had this working for many years, and I agree with staff. I agree with your comments, and I think also Stacy had said something about the need to clarify. I agree, we should clarify these things, but don't do it on the basis that the mayor isn't signing documents. Don't do it on the basis that, things are so urgent. It's been working. All right, so anyways, but I agree that we need to clarify these authorities. I do agree with that, so don't get me wrong. Okay, Councilor, did you want to chime in? And then Commissioner Hay also wanted.
And I just wanted to clarify, the items that are on there are not necessarily about time sensitivity. They're so basic to the operation of this. Do we need to bring those items for you guys to approve?
Right.
That's really what it's about.
Yes, I agree with you.
And it has nothing to do with you signing. And the reason you haven't seen it in the last 30 years is because I can tell you historically, your city manager, prior to me being here, was told to sign them. And I think it needs to be clarified in writing what he is authorized to sign and what he is not authorized to sign. No gray areas. So it's clear to staff what needs to come before the commission and what does not. Because in looking back, there are some things that I would argue should have gone to the commission that your prior city manager did not have the authority to sign. And that's why you're not seeing them. That's why this is new, because that is what has been happening. And so we just want clarification as to what is allowed and not allowed. And that puts parameters in place. So there is no arguable power grab or anything of that sort. So I think this sets up those guidelines and actually, sets those parameters, and you can choose to add or remove or whatever you see fit.
Everything you said, I completely agree with, right? Yeah. The need for it, absolutely. Commissioner Hay, let me turn to you for you had your hand up earlier.
Well, I guess I'm from the old school. There was a time that we all signed. We all had to sit here after the meeting was over with, and every one of our signatures, all 5 signatures, was on the document. I don't say go back to that, but I'm saying this whole discussion, okay, is unnecessary. We need to establish, like I've heard, a pecking order of what that should be if we're going to designate others to sign in our stead, and it should be the mayor first. Mayor not available, should be the vice mayor. Vice mayor not available, it should be one of the commissioners. One of the commissioners not available, then go to the city manager. But we don't need to be sitting here, and I understand where the mayor's coming from. I understand what everybody's saying. But to me, it is totally unnecessary. We can authorize from this board anybody we want to sign. If you get a 3 to vote, 3 commissioners to vote on it, okay, then that's who the signature will be. So let's come as men and women and agree what the pecking order is going to be and move on.
Thank you, Commissioner Hay. I agree with what you've said. I support what you've said. Yeah. Okay, let's keep moving. Yeah.
Sorry.
Vice Mayor, I'm sorry, Commissioner Cruz, I apologize. Go ahead, Commissioner.
No, go ahead.
Just
I
go.
haven't gone yet, but
Just go,
that's
yeah.
fine. Go
Just
ahead.
Go, just somebody just go.
No, there was a very biased comment made earlier during the beginning of our discussion here. And I forgot the word that was used, some sort of attack or whatever. But the questions that I asked at the last commission meeting to the deputy city attorney were, if we had an RFP to be used in the Harvey Oyer Park for someone to take over that space. And I asked, because those amounts are usually under $50,000, which is the procurement amount of the city manager, under $50,000, would then, in that case, allow the city manager to sign such an RFP? And Stacy said, potentially, which means that there is an opportunity for that to happen. So just for the record, whatever was stated earlier was completely incorrect, was a very extremist and unwelcome comment.
Had nothing to
And
do
I'm
with you.
speaking,
Let her
I'm
finish, please.
speaking
Let her finish.
facts. I am not giving opinions. I am speaking facts based on the facts that I asked, based on this paper right here that I wrote, and I read, and I asked on the record. And it's been recorded. If you want to watch the meeting, you can come back. But this is not something that anybody is making up. There are no opinions. There are only facts. And the fact is that that would be a possibility. The concern that I shared at the last meeting was there's a concern with having the same hand who's handling or managing the process be the same hand who is signing the final document, because that reduces checks and balances. There's a reason why we have a commission. We authorize and we execute documents. We, as in like the mayor, we authorize the mayor to execute documents. But the purpose for doing that is that you have a different set of eyes. And if there's anything in the contract that might not be, there's always an opportunity for questions. So just to clarify, it's a fact, not an opinion. And I just wanted to make that part of the record. Thank you.
All right,
Yep, thank you. I have
second.
to respond to that.
But
Mayor,
please, because Vice Mayor has been waiting.
well, that's incorrect because my comment had nothing to do with you, Commissioner Cruz. Absolutely not you at all. If you feel that way, I'm sorry. Nothing to do with you. And I can
all
show
right.
you the receipts. I'm more than happy.
This back and forth, we're going to put that into an end.
For legal again.
All right, could we have Vice Mayor go first?
No,
She's been
just-
waiting.
Go ahead, go ahead.
No,
You wanna
just go
wait?
ahead.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right, that's
that's
fine.
I'm just
Go
going
ahead.
to say, did we not just state that if it's of a monetary amount, that it would have to come back to us?
Yes.
So-
You guys control everything.
Yeah, we have control of that, so if there's any money involved, it has to come back here.
You've already authorized under your procurement policy that the city manager can sign purchases.
But they authorized that. They did.
They already did, correct. You have already authorized that.
You guys authorized me to have the $50,000 threshold and a $200,000 threshold for construction. If you wanted to take that away, you could take it away. If you wanted to, for authorizing it.
Right, that's already been authorized. All this ordinance says is he is allowed to sign, because you've authorized him to do that. You need to clarify that, authorize and sign. And the way it's written is that if those thresholds change in your procurement policy, then we don't have to change the ordinance because we follow the procurement policy, which you guys approve.
I'm going back to Commissioner Cruz's point, okay? I don't want the authorizing person and the signature person being the same person.
Okay.
We need to
I'm
talk.
sorry,
But that's what we do.
wait, say that one more time. I just want to make sure, what did you say? You don't want the signature person to be the same as,
You're saying that we've already authorized him to spend $50,000 basically on whatever he feels is good for the city,
yes,
okay?
that's what I heard, yes. So,
Well, majority rule, but I have problems with that.
yeah, it's good to have another layer of checks. Okay. So I think, Commissioner Hay, you've already proposed a solution. I'm comfortable with that solution, with the exception that one of the 9 items in this ordinance involves employment agreements, of which
We
we
cannot
can't do
touch.
anything about because the charter gives employment, all employment matters, hiring and firing to the city manager. So that's the only exception on this list that I can think of. But otherwise, everything else is something we can, is that my correct, counsel?
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying.
Of the 9 items in the ordinance, one of them says employment agreements. No matter what, I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think the mayor or the vice mayor or any one of us could sign those documents because
that
all
is
hiring
correct.
and firing belongs to
The only thing and just to point out,
Yeah.
that means if you don't authorize, you will see every single one of these things that have no fiscal expenditure. So every time you have a sponsor, FP&L wants to give us.
That's okay, we could put it in consent, the way that we put a lot of things under $100,000 in consent.
Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah.
If we just make the agenda like 10 pages or 13.
That's okay.
Let's try it, and then when we try it out, we'll readjust.
Well, so,
All right, Vice Mayor,
okay,
you have been waiting patiently.
we're
Go
going
ahead.
down a
Go,
complete and
homewrecker.
utter rabbit hole. So there are certain things that are on this list that we absolutely cannot sign, 100%. I don't personally need to see an adopt a highway or adopt a road agreement. I think that would be a waste of my time, the mayor's time, anyone's time to sign something that it has no financial burden. They're actually paying us to participate in a program. Why would we add a level of checks and balances to something that they're paying us to participate in? So, I mean, I guess my thought process says, instead of us going back and forth in circles for 500 more times, if there are certain items that anyone on here doesn't want the city manager to sign, then say, I don't want number 3. I don't want number 5. And then we'll agree to how this is gonna work, because we can sit here and talk about this for another 20 minutes or an hour and get absolutely nowhere. So,
This is the 5th time.
and this is the first time that I'm speaking on it. So these agreements and the recommendations that came before us are general, everyday, keeping things moving in the right direction that don't cost the city any money. Corporate media sponsorships, I don't need to see that. I don't think the mayor necessarily wants to see that. But so I think that they have narrowed down the items in this to make it things that he absolutely should have authority to sign that do not cost our residents any money, do not cost us any money. If there's any wording, city attorney, that you think we need to add a, and my understanding is we're discussing or talking about amending the procurement process or making that even stronger. And so maybe the issues or the fail-safes that people want on the procurement end is something that we can address in that agreement, that maybe then it goes to the city manager and the mayor has to sign, or me in his place, or whatever. I mean, I haven't, Mayor, and I don't, I know you got really upset about the time-sensitive stuff.
I just wanted
and
to clarify that was all.
No, and I'm always available too, so
That's good.
and I have
Thank
been
you.
here and I have signed stuff, and I don't mind coming and signing stuff. So that's my thought, and that's my position, is that what they have put in this agreement are basic, everyday things that do not involve any expenditures. On the procurement end, if we need to amend that to add an extra layer so that the mayor or I or somebody else sees that the city manager is paying $5 for extra for toilet paper, then that's what we do. But we need to, that's my position on this. I think these things are things that we either cannot sign and should not think about signing, or they're things that don't involve any funding, and we need to but if there's a particular one, then bring that one item up. But there's things that are on here that we cannot sign and do not and will not come before us. So that's my thought on that. We need to get this moving, and so.
All right.
Can I say one last thing, Mayor?
Yes, you may. Let's do that. And let's.
We've heard from 3 separate attorneys on this matter. We've heard from Pam, Stacy, and Shauna. In their best legal opinion possible, that we're paying them money to provide us with legal advice and their interpretation of the charter and what their best legal opinion would be. I'm going to leave it at that.
All right, thank you. Listen, I don't object with the legal opinion. I understood everything that they've said, the arguments that have been made. My purpose was to clarify the reasoning behind it and the motivation. I just want to make sure that was the case and there was no misunderstandings.
I'm going to make a motion to approve ordinance number 24012 because an end debate.
All right, so there is a motion. And is there a second to that motion? All right, Commissioner, is that your discussion item, or you want to say, or for her? Okay, go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you. I just want to make a quick comment that for the last 100 years, the city of Boynton Beach and the attorneys that have represented the city of Boynton Beach have interpreted the charter the way that the charter is written. I have the most respect for every single one of the attorneys who have brought their opinion, and I appreciate it. However, it is still an opinion. The only authorized person or individual to make determinations for municipalities or judgments is the Attorney General. I have no problem asking for an opinion that that's the case. It's not complicated to do. You just ask a question, they respond. They've done it. They do it all the time for multiple municipalities. However, I just, although I appreciate, your expertise and everything, it is still an opinion, and people can differ in opinions. I don't want to go into a dangerous path of interpreting the charter of the city of Boynton Beach, which has the same strength as the U.S. Constitution for the city, to all of a sudden, after 100 years, change the way we do things, because I don't believe that's the right thing to do. So again, I've done a lot of research on this. Our attorneys have done a lot of research, and we appreciate it. However, I, as mentioned earlier, there was a comment made that it was the employment agreements that were the ones that the commission or the majority wanted to have signed, unless there's more discussion. So we need to talk about it and figure out what it is that you all want signed or not. And
I made a motion to approve the ordinance as written. That is my motion.
Okay.
So that's my position. Thank you.
Okay.
So the ordinance as written includes the procurement concerns that I had earlier that we've discussed in previous meetings, where we wouldn't have any accountability on procurement. And for the record, I do not support this ordinance as written. And I'm not going to vote yes on this. I'm going to vote no on this because.
All right.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's call the vote.
All right, thank you.
vote.
All right.
Vote.
There needs to be a second.
Yes,
I
there was a
already did,
second
already did. Call
from
question.
Commissioner Turkin. All right, so this motion is to approve this ordinance as written, no modifications. Let me just say that is not my preference. I heard a perfectly decent compromise from Commissioner Hay, but that's all right. We have a motion on the floor and a second. All those of approving this item as presented without any modifications, say aye.
Aye.
I'm sorry, or roll call, I'm sorry. Go ahead, we do have a motion and a second. Go ahead, Maylee.
Commissioner Hay,
No.
Commissioner Turkin,
Yes.
Commissioner Cruz,
No.
Vice Mayor Kelly,
Yes.
Mayor Penserga.
No.
In a roll call vote, the motion does not pass. 3-2.
Okay.
Or 2-3, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
so I just want to clarify.
Yes.
Are you going to make changes or just no altogether?
I would have preferred to make some changes. I heard a decent compromise
So you
from
can't,
Commissioner.
you can make another motion
That's
at
right.
this time.
That's right. If there was enough
So
support for.
motion to approve with the pecking order that Commissioner Hay had mentioned, where we have a fail-safe where the mayor can sign.
No,
Vice Mayor.
that's
Well,
not.
one second. Let him finish. He's making a motion. Let him finish. He's making a motion.
Is it okay? Can I speak?
Yep, go, please, Commissioner, go ahead.
All right. Motion to approve this ordinance with the amendment of establishing a pecking order or a fail-safe to allow that signature authority for another commissioner, right? Not the city manager, but another commissioner or vice mayor. So then that way the concern of the operational signature not meeting the legislative signature is there. I mean, that's what I think generally all of us agreed on, was establishing a fail-safe. I've been very vocal that, listen, we just want business to run, and that's it. And so if there's any other additions you'd like to make, Commissioner Cruz, please, let's make them. Let's just make sure that we do this business here and get the city moving forward.
My understanding is that the city manager has to sign employment contracts, and employment contracts are on here. So we need to remove that so that the city manager can sign that.
We need to remove that, so remove the employment agreements. I think.
No, it has to stay on here because he has to sign it.
Well, I'm not talking about the city manager sign it. I'm talking about, so
we're
remove the
creating a whole
employment
separate
agreements.
ordinance at this
The
point.
problem, and I can do that, that's a different ordinance.
Yeah.
That would be a whole new ordinance. So with regard to this, you can strike everything except for the employment agreements, because there still needs to be clarification on what he has the authority to sign.
Yes.
Let's do that.
All right, so what I'm hearing is, if I'm hearing this correctly, all right, correct me if I'm wrong, that, the motion would be to strike items 1, 2, 3, 4, employment agreements are items 5, so we're gonna keep that on there for the city manager. 6, 7, 8, and 9, we're gonna move that to a separate ordinance. And to be, and is that clear? Is that sufficiently clear?
Yeah, we're gonna move everything to a separate ordinance to establish a pecking order.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good with me.
And so the employment agreements have to be with him anyway, so that's
And
fine.
can I just get some, how many people do we want to have be able to sign that? Because these won't be things that go to commission. These will be things that the mayor and the vice mayor have authority to sign.
Mayor,
Vice mayor.
vice mayor,
And if
and then.
neither one of
to
us are
make it-
available?
Make it easy, let's do this. We'll go district alphabet, or numerical order. District 1, District 2, District 3.
Okay. If none of those people are available,
Then fine.
Then city
the
manager.
city manager. Perfect. Thank you.
So, but that's for a separate ordinance, okay?
Correct.
So we have a motion to strike those other items.
Everything but employment
5,
agreement. Yes.
employment agreements. All right. So the motion is to approve this item with all those items stricken except 5.
Yep, that's my motion. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, is there a second to this motion?
Second.
I don't know, it was Commissioner
Hay.
Commissioner Hay. All right, we have a motion and a second. Maylee, let's try this again.
All right. Commissioner Hay?
Yes.
Commissioner Turkin?
Yes.
Commissioner Cruz?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kelly?
Yes.
Mayor Penserga?
Yes.
In a roll call vote, the motion passed unanimously.
All right. I know. It's 10 o'clock. We'll speed along. Okay, so it is 10 o'clock. And we have some updates after these ordinances. We have a discussion item. Proposed ordinance number 24-015. It's another first reading, so there's no public comment yet. Maylee?
Ten B is ordinance number 017.
017, first reading. Again, this is about.
You said
the
15,
co-
I'm sorry.
Oh, I
Just wanted to
apologize.
clarify.
All right.
Proposed ordinance number 24-017, first reading, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending the City of Boynton Beach's Code of Ordinances, Chapter 15, Offenses Miscellaneous, Article 9, Community Appearance and Maintenance, Section 15-120, Minimum Standards for Appearance and Maintenance of Public Property and Private Property, providing for conflict, severability, codification, and providing for an effective date.
All right, thank you. Ms. Stone?
Good evening,
If
Mayor,
you
Vice
could make
Mayor.
a brief summary.
Yes. Oh, yeah, I have just 2-page, actually, just PowerPoint. I don't know if they want to put it on, or if not, it's fine. I just want to go over the purpose of the ordinance amendment. The commission requested that the city staff look into tree maintenance regulations near overhead power lines of single-family and duplex properties to prevent hazards and ensure public safety. Also, to give the city authority, to regulate citizen safety concerns regarding tree maintenance near overhead power lines that create a hazard. Also, while we're in this section of the ordinance, we took it upon ourselves to update some outdated requirements and clarify existing requirements. So what I have here is just a highlight of some of the changes, because there wasn't a lot of changes.
So we amended the minimum standards of the tree maintenance near overhead power lines and tree pruning standards. Specify written approval and required prior to any modification to swales or right-of-way are made. Previously, it only stated approval was required. Added more clarity to certain terms such as replacing the word keeping with the word storage and the word void with non-pervious. Added minimum standards for shrubs, hedges to be maintained in a neat and healthy appearance. Added minimum standards include the discoloration of any exterior surfaces, including the roofs, and amend the grass height to 6 inches, which is previously or currently at 12 inches. Now, a lot of these, like I said, some of these changes are just to update for clarity because we already enforce these. They're just to, so when someone reads the ordinance, there's not really a doubt that what we're citing for. And there's some other just small verbiage changes.
All right, thank you, Ms. Stone. Commissioner Hay, looks like you had a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, I do have a question on that last one. Added minimum standards to include discoloration of any
Yes.
exterior surface, including the roof.
Correct.
Roof comes in different colors and different material and sun fade them. How are you going to measure that?
So there are certain roofs where you can tell are discolored. Usually it's like the clay roofs and the tile roofs, and it would be a standard like the other ones where it's 20%. If it's more than 20% discoloration, then we would ask the homeowners to pressure clean their roofs.
So you're gonna keep a record of what the original color was?
It's not about the color, it's the discoloration that dirt builds up. Many other cities have the same standard.
I'm just trying to understand here. Like a tile, you have a shingles, for example.
Correct.
all right?
Shingles would be a great example.
And I still, help me out.
So
here
like
to
when a
understand
roof is
how you're
brand new,
gonna
like
judge
let's
and
say
measure.
like a red roof, you have a lot of red colored shingles. They'll start to build a discoloration.
Don't
They'll
take my house, don't
turn.
take a red one.
Huh?
Take my house. I have a.
I don't know what your house
gray
looks
roof.
like. A light gray roof, because then it will start to turn black and it will start to
How you
turn
gonna
green.
judge if you don't, okay, go ahead. I'm just.
Yeah. Typically, you can see. I could do another presentation that shows you what a discolored roof looks like. I don't have before me those examples, but like I said, this is the third city I've been in, and other cities, they have that as part of their standards. Many cities do.
Okay, so I'll talk with you, but what I'm hearing, that could have a perfectly good roof after 10 years.
Yeah.
But if it's
Discoloration. It's just discoloration.
I could be cited.
Yeah. Well, there's already in the ordinance, which I did not touch, there already is 20% tiles missing, then we could cite for that as well. So we're just adding discoloration on there.
Okay. Still don't understand.
It's easier maybe to show discoloration.
All right. I just want to remind everybody it's only first readings. It will come back
Correct.
again. So
Correct.
If you could address those questions.
Yes.
With pictures. Commissioner Turkin.
Thank you. Yeah, the intent was for this was the tree trimming, and I see a whole list of other things that are in here. So the grass, I think I'm gonna have to disagree with the grass. You know, sometimes, like we've seen in the last week, we get a lot of rain. If I'm out of town or someone who is, is out of town, and their grass grows, and maybe their lawn guy, or person didn't come, or they didn't get a chance to cut it themselves, now they're gonna be tagged by the city because they were out of town and we can't control the weather. So I'm gonna disagree with the 12 to 6. Probably keep it at what it is, for me at 12, maybe 8, but I just don't, I don't agree with that portion of it. And then the roof thing, I agree with Commissioner Hay. I don't know how you're gonna measure that. My intention with discussing this item was to make sure that, first and foremost, that as neighbors, we promote safety, with each other, which is when those trees hang over the power lines, it creates a safety hazard. And, sometimes FPL will come out and cut them on their own with their easement. That's very rare. It's happened in my house maybe, once or twice in the last 10 years. And so, this is, hold ourselves accountable and make sure that we're not putting other people at risk. And so, you know, all these other things are in here, and you know, I want to do a deeper dive into this.
Yeah, and that's fine. And we can talk about the grass. I mirrored the county. They're 6 inches. Most cities, when I did my research, are around 8 inches, so I could highlight. But right now, we get a lot of complaints for grass, and 12 inches is really high. And it's primarily the abandoned properties. That's the issue. So we can't site for abandoned property until the grass reaches 12 inches. And then by the time we get a vendor out there and do the quotes and do our inspections, because we have an ordinance that allows certain timeframes, it now is, you know, 2 feet, 3 feet high. So it won't really affect that much of the residents that are, you know, mowing their lawns. I do understand your concern when they go out of town, which those ones we make, you know, allowances. We do a door hanger where there's no, you know, fines or fees or anything attached to it, and give them time to cut it. We do look into it and make sure it's an abandoned property before we, you know, site. And so that can be addressed. And then just so you know, some of the other updates that are in here, even though yours concern was the overhead utilities, these are other complaints that we receive also. You know, we receive a lot of complaints in a lot of different areas of the code. So while we were in here, I wanted to make sure I made those changes to appease the entire city and complaints that we get across the board.
Okay, no,
Without overdoing it, because there still could be a much more stricter standards that we could have. And these are opinions that I got not just from myself, but other departments. As a group, we went over this: utilities, planning, zoning, and what's the other one? Public Works. We all went into this and looked.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Thank you. I'm going to stick with the 8 inches on the grass,
8 inches.
not the 6. It sounds like the Palm Beach County was 6, but other municipalities are 8. Is that what I heard?
So Palm Beach, the county is 6 inches, and we're 12.
Okay, we're at 12. All right, so
Commissioner
I
Cruz,
think-
or I'm sorry, Turkin, and just to throw it out there, you could have not to exceed 6 inches for more than a 2-week period.
Yeah, we could do verbiage like that
That
too.
would maybe be a compromise, so that way if the person's out of town, you know, they document the first day it's over 6 inches, and then 2 weeks later, if it's still over 6 inches, then they can cite them.
I'm okay with that suggestion if my colleagues are. That's reasonable.
Okay. Any other questions, concerns, or
Anybody else?
comments?
I do
Go
wanna
ahead.
ask this one.
Go ahead. Just-
Is there a rule on the book about only a car can be in the carport, like Susan Oyer brought up? Is that true?
So, yes, so that currently is in the code as it is. I did go ahead and update that part of it just to clarify carports are included in that, because it's outside storage. It's considered outside storage because a carport is for a carport, just that. But we do not go so hard on residents to where if they have like a little bit out storage and it's placed neatly in the corner, that's okay. But what we find and what we typically cite for is when there's junk just all over the place, and now they're using their carport for junk, and they're parking in the grass, and they're parking in the road.
And I agree with you, but as I ride around the city, I see a lot of, it's very subjective, okay? And what I see over here is everything neat, you can't even see anything. But over here is really junky, but that one gets cited and this other one does not. So
Well-
we need to make some adjustments and being consistent.
Consistency is.
Do a better job.
Yes.
Because we're not being consistent.
Consistency is something I'm definitely working with the department and in all the ordinances. Just keep in mind too, that sometimes that person may have already been cited and they may not comply with what the ordinance is. They may be getting daily fines. Not saying that's the case for all of them, but just, you know, keep in mind, because it could be, that could have already been cited and they just don't care and they want their fines and they'll live there until their lien goes away. But yes, I will definitely make sure and ensure consistency is definitely across the board.
I'll leave it alone for right now.
All right, thank you. It's only first reading. Anything else from anyone? With that, may I have a motion to approve this item?
Motion to approve.
All right, is there a second? Second came from Commissioner Turkin. Motion came from Vice Mayor.
With the amendment.
Amendment.
With the amendment for the 6 inches, 2 weeks.
As you are the maker of the motion, are you comfortable with that?
Yes, that's fine.
All right. Okay. All right, Maylee, go ahead.
Commissioner Hay,
Yes.
Commissioner Turkin,
Yes.
Commissioner Cruz,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kelly,
Yes.
Mayor Penserga.
Yes.
In a roll call vote, the motion passed unanimously.
All right, thank you. The next item, proposed ordinance number 24-018, first reading. Go ahead.
Proposed ordinance number 24-018, first reading, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 18, Article 4, Pensions for Firefighters, Section 18-185, normal retirement date of the City Code to permit normal retirement at 20 years of service by removing the second tier adopted in 2019.
All right, thank you, Chief. If you could give us an overview.
Good evening again, Hugh Bruder, your fire chief. We didn't discuss the items during consent, but what I'd like to just inform you of is that between the re-signing of the union contract for the next 3 years and along with the 20-year pension, what we want the commission to understand is that we've achieved revenue neutrality. And how we've achieved revenue neutrality with both of these items is by concessions, between concessions from the bargaining unit and a very small, in subsequent years, there's a small amount that we will use from revenue, but it's small. The majority of how we came to the table to not only complete the changes to the union contract, but also to restore the 20-year pension, which is critical for our members. Again, I think it's important to note that it was achieved through revenue neutrality. Any questions?
Excellent.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cruz.
Wanted to give you a positive comment. I know when we started talking about this, we were kind of going back and forth, and you were telling me you were going to be tough in your negotiations and all that. And I appreciate you for keeping this budget neutral. This is such a positive change for our firefighters that is something that was necessary at this point. And now with the help of staff and also you helping with the negotiations, we're making conditions better, but at the same time, we're being very fiscally responsible and budget neutral. So thank you for that.
My pleasure. Thank you, Commissioner.
Anybody else?
No, I just want to say I did speak with Georgia, the president of the union, regarding this item, so I want to disclose that. Thanks.
Okay. All right.
Disclose at the beginning.
I'm sorry?
I already disclosed mine.
They're just mentioning their disclosures.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Okay, let's move on. Is there a motion to approve this?
Motion to approve.
And I heard the motion from Commissioner Cruz, second from Commissioner Turkin. Maylee?
Commissioner Hay,
Yes.
Commissioner Turkin, Commissioner Cruz,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kelly,
Yes.
Mayor Penserga.
Yes.
In a roll call vote, the motion passed unanimously.
All right, thank you. We're moving on
Thank
to
you
the
very
next. No, thank you, Chief. Proposed ordinance number 24-019, another first reading pertaining to utilities. Dr. Calcott.
Good evening. Wait, I'm sorry, I have to read
I'm
this
sorry,
one.
go ahead, read it, Maylee, yes.
Proposed ordinance number 24-019, first reading, amending Part 2 of the Code of Ordinances, Chapter 26, Water, Sewer, and City Utilities, to provide that all water, sewer, and city utility fees, rates, and charges shall be set by the City Commission by resolution and authorizing an annual CPI adjustment, providing for conflict, severability, codification, and an effective date.
Good evening, Commissioners, Mayor, Vice Mayor. This is basically just taking out all the fees and charges and all the rates out of the ordinance and asking the Commission to adopt them by resolution every year. So you see it already. The fee schedules come to you, and you can make a decision which way you want to go with that. We're just pulling these out because right now, being in the ordinance, it's very hard to do anything. Or if there's any changes we need to make, the whole ordinance needs to be brought in and changed instead of going through a budget process. The other thing that we are requesting here is a CPI adjustment, annual CPI adjustment to utility rates, but we were saying to cap it at 3.5%, so it can't go over 3.5. So we'll bring it if something more needs to be done, or if we are not needing any changes. Otherwise, automatically having a 3.5% increases to the utility rates based on the CPI.
Poonam, thank you so much, because I don't remember which meeting it was, but sometime in the past I had mentioned it's really no point for us to argue about rates because of inflation. Inflation's inflation. That should be built in already because there's nothing any of us can do about that at this level. So I support this. Anybody have any questions for Dr. Calcott? All right. With that, may I have a motion to approve this item?
Motion to approve.
All right. All right, motion from Vice Mayor, second from Commissioner Hay.
I'm sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
I've been
That's all right.
thinking about it.
Go ahead,
Just
go
didn't
ahead.
wanna- Okay. Quick question. Normally, we do this by ordinance, right? And so what we're doing now is we're amending the law to allow us to change the rates through,
By resolution.
thank you, through resolution instead of by ordinance, which requires 2 readings. So it makes it faster, I guess,
That's correct.
Okay.
And it'll be part of your budget hearings and budget workshops and everything, so you'll see everything then.
So there's still an opportunity for the commission to say,
Absolutely.
I don't want a 3.5% increase this year.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay. All right, that was my question.
All right, sounds, all right. Awesome. Anything else from anyone? Thank you, Commissioner. All right, we have a motion and a second. Go ahead, Maylee.
Commissioner Hay?
Yes.
Commissioner Turkin? Yes. Commissioner Cruz?
I'm going to vote no on this one.
Vice Mayor Kelly?
Yes.
Mayor Penserga?
Yes,
In a roll call vote, the motion passed 4-1 with Commissioner Cruz dissenting.
that's right. Okay, moving on to next item, discussion regarding formalized tree planting program. This was one of my items that I requested. Thank you so much. I won't make this discussion too long, I promise. I just wanted, an update and see what else we can do moving forward.
No problem. I'll do my best to keep it short as well. Good evening, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Alana Irwin, Sustainability and Resiliency Administrator. Tonight I'm here to discuss some updates on our tree canopy program. Just a quick background, we completed our first urban tree canopy assessment in July of 2020, and it was estimated that our tree canopy was around 16%, with an estimated 7.4% of plantable land area. This was from the initial assessment. So as part of this program, the Commission on September 1st, 2020, adopted unanimously the city-wide goal of planting 3,000 trees per year to increase the canopy to 20% by 2035. And that was through Resolution R20-091. Since 2020, the city has actually planted a total number of 3,651 trees through the program. But this does not account for trees installed through private development or residents. This is just strictly what the city has done to date. Also, in 2023, the state of Florida completed their own urban tree canopy assessment for the entire state and actually estimated our canopy to be around 20%. But it's not equitable across the city based on the report. There are some areas that have higher tree canopy. For example, at the intersection of Minor and High Ridge, that census tract has about 35%, whereas there's Leisureville and the area on Woolbright Road between 95 and Military Trail only has less than 10%, about 6 to 7%. So there's a huge disparity still across the city. So while we may have averages of around 20%, we're nowhere near where we need to be in some of those areas. Currently, we're hosting 4 tree giveaways annually. We typically host those at our fall festival. We host, in January, we do an Arbor Day, Florida Arbor Day tree giveaway. We also do a tree giveaway at our Earth Day event in April. And we typically will do something in July, usually around the time of the night market. So we give away 200 to 225 trees at each of those events for residents within the Boynton city limits to take. We had to halt major tree plantings right now, though we do have some areas, some HOAs and some residents that do take part in some tree plantings in their communities, but we had to halt them due to space limitations, and then we have to reevaluate. So as I stated, we have successfully increased our canopy to some degree, though the methodology that was used in the state's assessment is slightly different than what we did in our previous assessment. And we don't have a good way to track how many trees are being planted other than what we give away to the residents or what we're planting as a city, because what winds up happening is residents they take the trees. Once they leave the event, we can't track if they're planting it at their home or if they're giving it to a family member or relative or something of that nature. So it's harder for us to really tangibly say, yes, these are all the trees that are going in the city limits. However, For our next steps for this fiscal year, we have it on our agenda to conduct a reassessment of the tree canopy for our city. It was recommended in the previous assessment to do that every 4 to 5 years, so we're due. If it was done in 2020, it's due this year. So we are planning to do that. And part of the new assessment, we're going to be looking to identify and prioritize areas that have the lowest tree canopy and target these areas for future planting events. We'd like to get a better idea of how we can track the trees. There are some partners like the Arbor Day Foundation where they can help residents from, so to speak, cradle to grave, where they take the trees from our events and then there's an application that helps them plant the trees and take care of them in their homes. They can see what the tree looks like. So there are some applications out there that might be able to help us better track some of the trees that are being given away and making sure that they're staying within City of Boynton Beach limits. We're also going to look at ways to have a more targeted approach to equitably enhancing the tree canopy. We do have a lot of palm trees in the city, and palm trees, you may or may not know, don't have a lot of shade coverage. So we're looking at ways how maybe we can reassess some of the trees and potentially relocate some of those palm trees with shade trees that are a little more effective. We've also had discussions with Public Works regarding the roadways and seeing if we could potentially put medians with trees or some kind of stuff in there. Those are in very preliminary stages though, but those are discussions that have been had. And we're also going to be doing a native species assessment to kind of help ensure that we're not impacting our underground utilities, to find trees that are drought resistant, less root intrusive, and ultimately we'd like to be able to provide a list of those trees to the residents. So if they do have to have trees taken out because they are impacting the underground utilities, they'll be able to replace them with one of the suggested trees that we have, so they don't have to lose that coverage in their homes as well. So those are just some of the things that we're working on for the tree canopy, and I'm open to any questions.
Alana, thank you so much. That was a lot.
It was,
You said
I know.
so much that made me a little worried because I think you're a one-person show. Am I correct? Or?
No, I do have a sustainability coordinator
great.
now. I do, yes.
Great,
Yeah,
awesome.
yeah.
Still two-person. But listen, it's a step in the right direction. It sounds like you're already on it. I wanted to know, and if you don't mind, just repeat some of the figures.
Sure.
In 2020, when that plan originally came out, you said the goal was how many trees per year?
So the goal was to plant 30,000 trees per year until
30,000.
or 3,000. I'm sorry, it's very late.
That's all right. 3,000 per year.
3,000 trees. Yes, it was a total of 45,000 trees, which equated to 3,000 per year for 15 years.
And how are we keeping up with that? How many have we done so far since 2020?
Yeah, so since 2020, I do have a breakdown. We have 3,651.
Right. So the goal was 3,000 in just 1 year.
Right.
And in this 4-year period.
Yeah, so the assessment was obviously done prior to my time here, so
Right,
I'm not
right.
sure how they came up with the methodology. So one of the things I'm hopeful is when we do this assessment, we can maybe see, because according to the state tree canopy assessment, we have 20% canopy, which is ultimately our goal. So I'd like to see where maybe some of the discrepancies are. Maybe we used a different methodology than what they used at the state level, and that's something that maybe we can incorporate in this assessment to modify the baseline that we were at, or maybe just see how far we've come in our certain areas. So maybe we were closer to 20% than we thought. But either way, it's still it's still pretty low. The average tree canopy in an urban or suburban type setting is between 30 and 35%. And most of the areas within the city, I'd say, are between 17 and 20, with some areas being as low as 6% and some areas being high as 40. So there's a huge disparity across the city, and we still need to get our tree canopy up for shade coverage.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Alana. I don't want to belabor this item, but for anyone listening in the room or online, I just want to emphasize, it may seem silly because we're talking about trees, but trees affect neighborhoods and communities and economics and public safety in ways that you would not imagine, right? So one perspective is there's a climate concern, but also another perspective is the cooler our walkways are, more people are going to be outside, more people are going to be shopping, more people are going to be healthier. And I could go on and on, but there are so many benefits here, not to mention beautification. You know, we've talked about this, and Vice Mayor, you've even mentioned it, there are some medians that really we could put some trees in there that could totally beautify the whole area. But we've discussed that. You're already on the right track. It sounds like you're already doing everything you need to do, so I don't need to say much more. So thank you so much, Alana. Anything we can do to get our goals closer, even better. Okay, Commissioner Cruz?
30 seconds.
Yeah.
Alana, thank you so much for your presentation. I love that you mentioned Leisureville. And is there any specific idea you think, like, maybe we could do something with the community to enhance the trees, to maybe plant trees as an event or something like that? I don't know if that's like a
Sure.
possibility.
Yeah, we did used to do tree plantings, but because of the fact that we were running out of space, or we were encountering situations where we would put trees in and then later on a project would come up and we'd have to remove the trees or relocate them. So we wanted to stop encountering these issues, so we halted them. But if we do have a formulated plan to get the community involved and identify areas within the community of Leisureville or any of the other locations that are very low tree canopy, and as long as we can meet our guidelines for not impacting utilities, make sure we get all the required, authorizations and all that good stuff.
And the HOA agrees also.
Yeah, that too.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you. Anything else from my colleagues on this? All right, Alana, I look forward to an update. Thank
you,
so
everyone.
much. Let's move on. The next item is discussion regarding youth student attendance at the National League of Cities Conference sponsored by the city. Commissioner Hay, this was your item that you requested. Would you like to begin? Or you want to go have Candace begin? It's up to you.
I want Candace to
All right.
present.
Thank you, Candace.
Candace Walls, Chief of Staff to the City Manager. So I've reached out to the NLC again, but I haven't heard back from them. I'm trying to reach somebody in their conference section, just to kind of get some, more information, ascertain what the youth attendees' interaction with the commission or the Youth Advisory Council has to be, because that's a component of them attending either the summit or the congressional conference. I did find a city to the south that has a pretty robust program for the Youth Advisory Council that I could share with you guys. They basically allow their sophomores and juniors to participate in their youth council, and they work with their 3 local high schools. They have 3 of them. And so they get about 2 to 3 students per high school. There's an application process. There is a little bit of a panel with their chief of police and their mayor, and they kind of help select the final. They have 14 members of their council, I should say, and so that's how they decide theirs. There is an essay portion about kind of why they want to participate in the program, and then throughout the year, they have to attend the 2 different. The summit and the congressional conference from the NLC. They have to shadow staff, they shadow the mayor, PD, they help at city events, so they really get immersed in city government. So that's what I've been able to find thus far. I just need to see what the real component is of what the NLC is looking for as far as them participating. Like, how robust does our program have to be to do that? Likewise, for their conferences, they allow 250 to 300 youth attendees per conference. Obviously, as they get more interest, I'm assuming they're going to broaden that, but that's just something I'm still looking for. The $1,700 that was in the agenda item is kind of what I think should be accurate. Flights are usually like $250 from Fort Lauderdale to DC. And then when you guys went, the room block was about $509. And then it's averaging about $300 for the youth attendee and then the chaperone that's needing to go with them. In the paperwork, they said 1 chaperone per 4 youth. And typically it's 14 to 17-year-olds that are going. So that's their cutoff.
Okay. This has been one of my pet peeve because I notice other cities and their kids when I go to these conferences, and I think there's a great benefit here for Boynton if we can see the big picture in terms of grooming somehow kids' interests, youth interests in doing city work, whether it be in the capacity from city commissioners, mayors, right on down the line to employment. I think many of the high school have a lot of political science kids that would love to. I've talked with kids in general. They're asking questions about how does it work. I go to different schools, and a lot of the questions that I get from the kids is about how does it work? What do y'all do? What's it all about? And so I think it would be an opportunity for this city to invest in our youth in some way. That's why I asked the city to look into it, see what other cities are doing and how they're doing it and the costs and all of those things. But I think it's, we look at all other kinds of investment. Let's invest in our own youth to see how we can utilize the talent that's out there that we may be missing. So I thank you for the job that you're doing, Candace, and continue to, I would like for this to continue to get a little more information with whatever questions you guys may have for her at this point.
Thank you, Commissioner. Hey, I support your request. I think it's a great idea. So let's keep moving forward. I agree.
Okay, and I think just at this point, it's about $17 per attendee. So I guess if you guys need, for budgetary purposes, need to kind of throw out an amount, I'm sure that this part of the information I'm still trying to ascertain from them, we can make happen. It's just putting it in the actual budget so we make sure that we have enough to go. This particular city did send 12 of their 14. I don't know how they fully supported all of that, if they had some fundraisers or this or that, but just keep that in mind, I guess, for budget.
So that there may be some grant funding available, maybe?
I'm going to ask them about that. I'd have to check to see if there is, or maybe they fundraised. I'm not sure. I do know one of their components is that after their particular students finish their program, which they want them to do 2 years of it, they're eligible for like $1,000 scholarship at the end of it. So I can reach out to this particular city and ask them how they do that and give you more information.
Good. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Commissioner Hay, I support you. I had long conversations with I believe they're from Coral Springs, if I'm not mistaken. I know it's a Broward city that I spoke to. They were at the Florida League of Cities reception, and I got to speak to some of the high school students, and they're actually, their mentor, who is a city official, she forces them as part of their responsibility when they're at NLC to approach and speak to other commissioners and other cities, and they have to create questions that they ask, and there's a whole feedback. So I think this is really beneficial to our youth, and I support you on that. And I'm happy to, when I go to NLC in November, to pin down somebody on the board to tell us what we can do. And if, I'm sure I'll run into her from that city too. I'm happy to, kind of get you the right context so you're not spinning your wheels too. Thanks.
Commissioner Hay, I commend you for thinking about the kids and their future and everything. It's not something that I think about all the time because I don't have kids, but I definitely commend you for doing that, and I think it's admirable. And really, I guess my question is, are you thinking that we should have like an application process, or like what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, they would have to
Like,
go
does it have
through
to be?
some type of screening, some type
Okay.
of application, some type of, meet some type of standard requirements. That's what we're trying to put together.
If we could make it maybe like to be from one of our local high schools, like
Right.
Yes,
Boynton Beach High School,
absolutely.
or, if it's
Santa
14
Lucia's,
Congress
right.
Middle School, or,
Boynton Beach High School, I'll
yeah.
start there in a heartbeat.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Sounds great. Thanks.
They have a student government, so I figured we could start there.
Right. Awesome.
And could you just say how many? Do we determine an exact number to be determined?
No, yeah.
To be determined. Okay, sounds good. All right, with that, are we done? We're done.
Yes.
Thank you. We're going to move on. Thank you, Candace. The next two items were updates that I requested, updates on ARPA funds and the Town Square settlement funds. Okay, let's make this brief because I didn't want to have a discussion just yet. I just wanted to see the information.
Sure. This is just quick presentation on ARPA funds, and I have here Myrna Crompton, our grants manager. So after pandemic, the federal government issued state and local fiscal recovery funds, and which is American Rescue Plan, and distributed two tranches to city of Boynton Beach in amount of $6,823,000. what do you want? Oh. Oops, no, that one. This one. Yeah, in the amount of $6,823,925. The first tranche was distributed in 2021 in July, and the second tranche was distributed in 2022 in August. City qualifies as a Tier 2 reporting entity, which is a metropolitan city with a population below 250,000 residents. And that was allocated more than 10 million in SLR funds. ARPA funds has to be obligated by December 31st, 2024. If not obligated, remaining funds will be lost, and we have to return it back to the Treasury. And ARPA funds have to be expensed by December 31, 2026. And again, if it's not expensed by the deadline, you have to return these funds to the federal government. Currently, we reported as of the second quarter of 2024, Boynton Beach reported 14 projects in United States Treasury portal in the amount of $8,365,458. That was actually adopted budget, and actual expenses of these funds were $7,023,48. Remaining funds are $5,282,445, and here are the projects that were reported to Treasury on their portal. Currently, we have $7,023,048 actual expenditures for those funds, and we have grant balance in $6,624,855, which basically not restricted by any projects or anything. So,
All right.
do you have any questions regarding?
Questions?
I personally have no questions, but thank you for the update. I'll circle back with you privately. I just thank you for the presentation.
Sounds
Thank
good.
you.
Let's move on to the next item, the settlement funds. Just again, same thing, brief update, and then I'll reserve the discussion at another time.
Sure. We have received $4.5 million dollars in settlements for town centers settlement, and they were deposited in two funds, in general fund and also in capital project funds. $2.6 million was deposited to the general fund, and $1.8 million was deposited to capital project funds. Another $100,000 is for attorney fees, which again was deposited in those two funds.
Thank you.
Have any other questions on this?
Yes, I
item?
do. When you say deposited into these funds, have these funds been spent, or they're just sitting there in those?
There is fund balance, and fund balance consists of some of those funds. And I'm not sure which ones are spent or not, but I have to go and look into it.
Do you have an idea,
The
Council?
attorney's fees fund that were designated for the litigation
Uh-huh.
is 100% spent.
That I remember, yes.
You guys hired outside counsel who is charging us $405 an hour. And at this point, they're on their fourth iteration of the complaint. So we are very early in the litigation. I don't know if they'll get a fifth bite at the apple. I think they did. They'll probably file another motion to dismiss if it survives. So those additional fees have to come out of my budget, which was not budgeted for. So I just wanted to point that out to you guys, that some of my budget, went up exponentially to consider those things. It's entirely possible to see how it goes if they get past a fourth complaint. My recommendation is that perhaps a different, maybe more economical, just as qualified attorney is considered if the litigation continues past the pleading stage.
Thank you for that. So that's the legal expenses. Where's the rest of the money?
The money is sitting in fund balance.
But they're not spent, or are they spent?
No, they have not been spent.
They have not been spent.
We were waiting on direction from the commission as a whole before we expended any of those funds.
All right, thank you.
Currently, in general fund has about $30 million, and part of it is that money, and also capital project fund, like about 6 million, I believe, and part of it's that money too, so.
Thank you. Thank you for the updates. Let's keep going forward. The last item here is discussion regarding infrastructure, specifically paving in the city, requested by Commissioner Turkin and Commissioner Cruz. It looks like there's already a presentation up on the screen. All right. Are you gonna round us out for the evening? All right. Thank
Finish
you,
the
Kevin.
night strong, right? Okay. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioner Kevin Ramsey, Public Works Director. I'm here to discuss pavement asset management and future possible pavements. Let me get Mr. Clicker going here. All right, so since we started doing roads as of late, recently, we have this planning tool, GIS, and it's pretty much real quick. It locates what we've done and our assets and inventory of all the streets, whether it's signage or striping and road miles. Also, it helps us to maneuver through our streets to where there's no utilities conflicts, which you'll see in a minute why that's important. Click the page. So, in priority-wise of roads, worst to best, in the order that we would do them as a public works, of course, it's up to you which way we go. Rolling Greens neighborhood, $1.1 million. That is one of the worst areas that we have. Southeast 3rd Street for $600,000. That's the next one. And I'll come back.
You're saying from worst.
Like
to
these
best.
roads have
These are
been.
F-rated, D-rated.
Yes, I have the A, B, C's, and D's here.
Perfect, thanks,
And I can send all those files to all of you. That's how it's based off of. Next would be Skylake neighborhood. That one is micro-surfaced and it has a lot of traffic and it's beat up pretty bad. Seacrest Heights is another one. That one's been abandoned for quite some time. Next. It's not going. There we go. All right. And all these areas I'm talking about right now there's no conflicts with utilities, so it could be done pretty expeditiously. Meadows neighborhoods, there's 4 left. In this latest bid that we had with Gulfview Harbor Meadows, we're doing 2 of the 6. There's still 4 left to go. It'd be nice to get that one done so we could be on a solid rotation for these areas. And then the last would be Chapel Hill, a section of it, because the green area that's shaded, oh man, I'm sorry. No, I did that, didn't I? Where is that? Right there. Sorry, where is my Chapel Hill? Chapel Hill, yeah. That little section there, like $610,000 to do that we could do. But the green area, there's a lot of work to be done by utilities. Now, we don't really care to do partial jobs, but sometimes we do. The next few the last that we have some utilities conflicts with, it will be Gulfview Harbor, the remaining areas of that, which I hear that's supposed to happen 24, 25, that drainage area that they're doing inside Gulfview Harbor. Chapel Hill, I don't know when that one's gonna happen, but there'll be a 1.57 left to do that project, to complete all of Chapel Hills once the utilities get their projects done. And then Ridgewood Hills and Ridgewood Manors, that's sort of it's like a sandcastle in reality, because that whole area needs sidewalks and drainage, and it's a really large undertaking, so we're not sure of those timeframes. I think I need to address an email. Do I, Ms. Kelly and Turkin, about Gulfview Harbor? Okay, so I didn't answer the email because I had a lot of kids. I don't like repeating myself 6 times, so I thought I would just save it for the meeting here. I got an email.
I like the style. Okay.
It's living. You have to live through it, right? 4 kids and 12 grandkids, 15 grandkids. Sorry, you get tired of saying happy birthday. Anyway, that's horrible. Hope my wife's not watching. All right. So we got an email from a disturbed resident of Gulfview Harbor asking, why are we only doing a partial area? Why did we not do this way? There's more mobilizations. And you know what? She's right on mobilizations, and she's right about the work going on. But I'll tell you this. The Gulfview Harbor, what was done, originally it was supposed to be nothing in there because utilities said they had a whole big project. But then after negotiations, they gave up the streets that we are going to do. Okay. So great. We got a bit of a pie of Gulfview Harbor. As far as the roads being used to access to do the next future part and that, I'm not worried about that, you know, because the first 2 years of a road, the more traffic you get, the better that road actually gets. And I'm not worried about the discolorations between 2 years from now and this year, because within 8 months, it's all gonna be gray. So the sun's gonna bleach it all out. So that's not an issue. That's why it was done that way, because everybody got a piece of the pie. Every district got something. Could we wait 2 years? We probably could have, but that wouldn't have been very good that way. So it's a catch-22. So that's why Gulfview Harbor was done the way it was done. The roads I showed you, 6.1 million that we're ready to go for, estimated. If we had it, we would do it. That's your call and your order. So there's my presentation of what we have, okay?
Thank you. Questions for Kevin? Was that a hand up?
But I do have one for Andrew. Does this negatively impact what we had planned for south of MLK with Nate Collins, that area in there? Does this have any kind of impact on that as far as the scheduling of what we had planned? This work that they're talking about now?
The work he's showing you now is stuff that we'd like. These are basically our wish list items of the next projects, the next locations that are worse in the city, F-rated roads or D-rated roads. So these would be the next one we select. I believe what we're talking about was already slated to get done, I believe. That's, yeah. Mhm.
I just.
Yeah, I believe they're already
don't
working.
want
He's talking
one
about,
substituted for the other.
correct. That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, if it was already adopted and approved, then we're either in some phase of procurement and/or design. I know there is an area over in heart of Boynton that we are doing survey on and getting cores and stuff in that area. So that project's supposed to come out later.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Commissioner, go ahead.
Thanks, Kevin, for the update. Yeah, I think we should use ARPA funds to pave these roads. I'm just gonna go out and say it, you know, we can do it, we've done it, so we can't. But we can offset.
Here's what we can do.
Right.
As a revenue loss with the 5.2 million, because if we don't expend those funds by a certain date, and I don't want any more confusion going forward with the ARPA funds like we've had this previous time, it's staff recommendation that once we do get the green light from the Department of Treasury, we identify those ARPA funds of 5.2 million as a revenue loss and put them into fund balance. So there's gonna be a process for that. And if we need specifics, I'm sure Tony can walk us through the actual granular details of doing that. But that's staff's recommendation on how to handle it. Once those are in fund balance, it's gonna be up to this body how much you guys would like to pull from fund balance. And keep in mind that that fund balance, I wanna say, is sitting at about 31 million. So of that, we have the 17% from the Davenport recommendation, which is 12% for our fund balance, and then a 5% rainy day fund contingency, whatever you want to call it. So about 17%. I wouldn't want to see the city dip below that. So the general fund is, so we'd probably want to keep right around 24 million bare minimum in fund balance. So you'd probably have about $6 million to expend from that amount. But again, understand that if we take the $6 million to pave roads, you're going to be at the bare minimum for the recommendation or what the city's policy is.
So just to be clear, those funding for the ARPA funds have to be allocated by the end of 2024 and have to be actually spent by 2025?
Only if you keep them as ARPA funds. The instant you identify them as a revenue loss and they're placed into fund balance, you'll have those funds in perpetuity or until you expend them. And that's going to be the decision of the commission. All I'm telling you guys is a way to lift the veil of restrictions from the ARPA funds. I'm trying to tread lightly on the overall verbiage that I'm using, but again, it's recommend that we identify those ARPA funds as a revenue loss and they're placed into fund balance. And then we can kind of go forward and if we want to identify. But again, it's just like you in your savings account. You dip into that savings account once it's exhausted to a point to where it teeters on I guess, a fiduciary responsibility with the commission, with the funding of the city. That's ultimately what you're doing. You're essentially using money from your savings account.
Thank you. Anyone else? Commissioner Cruz?
Hi. So thank you for your presentation. Yes, that email was from Gulfview Harbor. I'm getting a lot of anger from residents because it appears that the roads that are being paved are, I guess they feel like it's not enough. However, I know we're working on and doing what we can on our end. I had a question though, and I think I sent you an email, Andrew. And it was about like, could you provide the information of what we approved for fiscal year 23? Because I remember during fiscal year 23, the commission approved paving for Gulfview Harbor as well as many other parts of the city, but it was, for Gulfview Harbor specifically, was about $780-something thousand. And this project that's happening at Gulfview Harbor now, it's about $300-ish thousand. So I just kind of wanted to go back in history and see what we approved back in fiscal year 23 and see kind of like what has changed from then until now.
I'll tell you exactly what changed. When that first came out, that was based on the whole area getting done. And that was the initial hit. Here's Gulfview Harbor, here's Chapel Hill, all these other areas. Once we started going forward, we were stopped by utilities saying, hey, I have a project here, you can't do this. So then we had to revamp, and then we had to downsize that a little bit. And then what roads we are doing is the maximum that we can do because there's gonna be issues with utilities on other roads.
They're
in
gonna
there.
be breaking everything
We're doing everything
eventually.
we can that we
Do
can.
we know when, I mean, I know it's not your department, but does anybody know when the utility thing is happening?
I heard that, no talking with the utilities, it's gonna happen in 24, 25. Their project's supposed to happen in
So it's that soon?
Correct. And then
Oh, wow.
hopefully we can pop in afterwards if we have the funding and
Okay.
talk about that at the town meeting by chance.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. The point I'm trying to make is, during fiscal year 23, we allocated ARPA funds for Gulfview Harbor, and it was already unanimously approved by the commission. So couldn't we keep some of that money to finish Gulfview Harbor as it was previously allocated in the budget to be done?
All the money is gone. That's the other thing with the ARPA. In the very beginning, it was like the process was done wrong, so we used our 1.9 million. And so as we went forward, that was found money, right? So there's no money left, is the truth of it.
But we just said now that there's money to potentially be used in the future.
Correct.
Right, so I think
No,
what
what we're saying-
Commissioner Cruz is saying is.
Guys, one person at a time. Deputy City Manager, would you just answer
I
this?
think the confusion is originally we intended to use ARPA funding for the paving, and we were not able to do so.
Right.
So we reallocated funds from CIP balance to cover those projects. Now we have this additional dollars that the commission, we're asking the commission, we'd love to see you take the allocation under the law, which then would put it into fund balance. Then as these projects come back, we can either pull from fund balance or, adopt an amendment at whatever part, when Kevin's ready to go forward with those paving. So these dollars, roughly about 5.2, I think, Peter said, it'd be available to the commission going forward next fiscal year.
So then we could discuss it at that point, okay. All right, thank you. I'm sure they're watching, so I'm just for the record, I'm trying to ask questions on their behalf because they've been asking me, and it's my job. So thank you for the update, and that's it.
Right, Vice Mayor, you had your hand up?
I did.
Did you have one?
I agree, Commissioner Cruz, that if we had allocated or set aside money or had a project that then once these monies become available, that those funds would yet again be kind of set aside and allocated for this project when utilities are ready to do it. So I support you on that. That's something that we, I don't see why we wouldn't re-support that again to get this paving project done. That seems like a reasonable ask, is that we've previously agreed to spend the money, and so we'll previously agree to spend the money again once we're ready to do that project, so.
Thank you so much.
All right, anything else? Are we done? Kevin, thank you so much. We've concluded all the items for this evening. We have a motion to adjourn.
So move.
We have a motion. Is there a second? All those in favor of adjourning, say aye. Aye. Have a good night, everyone, and thank you to all of our staff and everybody online that's listening, and everyone who came. Have a good night.